Welcome to Laurence Plays Factorio, Space Exploration and Krastorio², with Laurence, a long-time fan of space exploration, as your host, Marc as the pinnacle of German efficiency and industrial prowess, Tristan as a man who thinks anyone with less than 14,000 hours in-game is a noob, and Mike as someone who turned up and won't go away.
Hello everyone, welcome to Laurence Plays, where I should probably unpause the game. There we go, welcome to Laurence Plays Factorio, Space Exploration with Krastorio². And I've got a big announcement to make. We are now being sponsored by Factorio², who are hosting the server that we're currently playing on here. So, this should help our ping times immeasurably and just generally make everything a bit nicer for us. If you need your own server, check out the link in the description and you'll get 20% off. Right, now let's take a look at the to-do list and also try and work out why my microphone seems to be clipping a bit. Turn that down a bit. There we go, that seems a bit better. Is that now? Oh.
I think you're using the wrong mic.
No, I think I'm using the right mic. But there's a lot of noise on there, which makes me think the wrong mic. That's... One moment, please, while I give this a kick in, because it seems, yeah, it might be using...
Oh.
I know.
There we go, that looks better, that looks healthier. Okay, normal service is hopefully resumed now. Yeah, sorry, I nudged my USB hub earlier and it started to use my the built-in microphone on the webcam rather than the one on my headset. And the built-in microphone in the webcam is truly terrible. So, yes, the bars went all the way down to the bottom when I stopped talking. So shall I do the intro again? Let's do the intro again and pretend we never actually started. So, welcome to Laurence Plays, where we're playing Factorio Space Exploration with Krastorio². And as I was saying, we've got the exciting news that we're now being sponsored by Factorio², and they're hosting the server for us. And I'm hoping that's going to deal with all of the sort of the lag problems that people were having before. So, if you do need your own server, make sure you check out the link in the YouTube description, or go to treefoil.be/LaurencePlays, and you'll get 20% off. So, let's take a look at the to-do list and try and work out what on earth we're going to be doing today. Yeah, webcam mics are never any good, are they? So, what are we doing? Well, there's the smeltery area that Mike was working on last time, which is now going to be on hold for a little while, because there are some unfortunate cliffs going through the middle of it, and some bits of water and more cliffs and stuff like that, and we just decided we don't want to deal with this until we can deal with it properly. I want to do blue-grey cards and grey tech cards at some point, but I think they're not going to be that high up on the list because there's lots of other things we want to be doing. Marc and probably... Oh no, Marc's going to work on oil processing, not the defences here, but Mike is going to run out and throw himself against biters again, as is traditional. And then so it's the core mining and processing. I'd say that's basically done now. So I'll I think I've essentially, well, the processing is, yeah, it's done. So I'm going to tick that one off. But I want to do stack inserters at some point, but that's going to require red circuits, which is going to require plastic, which is going to require oil processing. So that's some way off as well. So I've promised Tristan earlier that one of the first things I was going to do would be to get pump jacks being made on the bus, and then once that's been done, I'm sure there was something else I wanted to be getting on with. I'll work that one out as I get there. So let's head down here.
Do we have turrets on the bus?
Yes. I think so.
I think so as well, but I'm not sure.
We do have Beast Finder installed, so we could try searching, but that is known for making things laggy. I don't see them actually. Maybe we don't.
No, I don't see them. No. We should build them where the ammunition is.
Yeah, it makes sense.
That would make sense.
So therefore, we probably won't. Okay, so.
Yeah, well.
Oh, interesting. We've got mineral oil pump jack and oil pump jacks, and neither of them are the standard green pump jack colour. The mineral water ones are a sort of a weird cyan blue colour, and the oil pump jacks are more or less black, which makes sort of sense because.
Laurence, maybe build them here with the other oil stuff.
Where are you? Oh, there. Oh, there. Oh, right. You already put a machine. You just put a machine in. That's why there's a machine there. Yeah, that's a good idea. If the components that we require are there. Steel beams and motors. Yeah, those look pretty good. Gonna need pipes are already also being made in this area, so that's even better. Let's put in let's replace that with a splitter and going in there like that. And I shall also need cogs, which is going to be fun. Oh, there's some iron over here, so I can bring that over and in some lovely, lovely spaghetti. And yeah, I can start pump jacking it up. Do I have any boxes? I do, got some iron chest. There's one. I think 1 stack of pump jacks is probably going to be sufficient, I reckon. Oh, thank you, Dusty Canuck. Thank you for the subscription. Much appreciated. Ooh, my computer's running a bit slowly. Have I got some random nonsense? One minute, I'm just going to see if I've got some random nonsense open that I shouldn't have. No, I've closed the video editing. I don't think I do. Maybe it'll recover in a minute. So this is now to be a cog making machine. So make iron gears here and feed them straight down into the pump jack machine, and hopefully that will allow us to actually start making them. Oh, what? That's a steel gear, not an iron gear. Okay, well that's all completely useless then. Okay, so that's going to require steel plates probably, which we don't have here. I might not be able to do what you're suggesting, Mark. And I'm going to need to get, unless I can find a well. There's a gap here. I could bring steel up through this gap. That's a possibility. This is steel, I believe. So come through.
I was confused and I'm not.
Oh dear, my computer's really struggling for some reason. I don't know why. Because I should be able to run Factorio and stream it quite without any problems. And it's definitely my computer that's struggling, not the it's not the new server problems, I don't think. That's a worry. I'll carry on for the time being and hopefully see if it sort of sorts itself out a bit. But this is a bit painful. And also my stream seems to... Oh no, it is still running. Okay. Right, this time let's actually make the correct gears. There we go, steel gears. Bring that in round across here, and we can start that being produced over here. There we go. That's what I needed. Get the steel gears. There we go. Right, pump jack. Okay, pump jacks are now being made on the bus as requested. This is awful. I'm going to just try and work out what's taking up all my processing power and why my game isn't running smoothly. Please hold.
Welcome to Laurence Plays Factorio, Space Exploration and Krastorio², with Laurence, a long-time fan of space exploration, as your host, Marc as the pinnacle of German efficiency and industrial prowess, Tristan as a man who thinks anyone with less than 14,000 hours in-game is a noob, and Mike as someone who turned up and won't go away.
Yeah, well, Rojogan, it's not the server that's struggling, because it's going to be absolutely fine for everyone else. It's just there's something. My computer's just not behaving itself. You can tell by the FPS is dropping, so it's a local problem rather than a remote one. So it's a bit weird. Oh dear.
You've played the intro, by the way.
Sorry, yeah, okay. Let's. I shall carry on, and hopefully the computer will sort itself out, and things will start to behave, and we'll just see. It does seem to be a little bit better now. I sort of went round and closed everything else that was running on the computer that wasn't necessary. Put it that way. Right, so let's try and get back to get back into actually playing the game and dealing looking at chat as well. So okay, mobile train robot ports. That does sound like a good idea. Yeah, so it's because all the vehicles now have what do you call it? Have grids in them, so you can put stuff into them. Yeah, that does sound very useful. Sounds like a good shot. You're very welcome for the tutorials, Josh. I'm glad they're appreciated. Yeah, it's something I do intend to be making more of those as and when I have time, but things have been a little bit frantic recently. But I will definitely be making more of those. Hello, Metbar. Thank you for joining. Yes, you're quite right. Numbers. SE is indeed awesome. And yeah, cargo rockets is the big. Is a lot of fun. Although wait till you get onto spaceships, they're even better. Cryo, Vulcanite, Beryl, Holmanite. Oh, you're a good few planets ahead of us, though. That sounds like. If you've got all of those different metals, you must have been off to at least 3 different planets. Yeah, one for Cryonite, one for Beryl, one for Holmium, I guess. So yeah, yeah. No, Jack, I don't think it's the other problem. I think yeah, everything seems to be fine now. I've killed a few things. There's obviously just something in the background was eating all my computing power. So now things are much happier. So that means I can probably do turrets as well, because that was the other thing I was supposed to be doing. Nobody did that while I wasn't looking, did they? Oh, they're already there.
Oh, they're already there. We just hadn't seen them.
Okay, cool. Right. So let's see. I remember I was thinking about extra science packs and science cards and things, but there's a bit of a problem with that because they're all going to require oil and stuff. Oh yes, I was going to get some more power generation going from the pyroflux, because with the what do you call it? With the core mining we're doing, we're producing huge quantities of we're producing some pyroflux, and that is it's a good idea to turn that into power, because it'll then power your first couple of core miners. So if we come up here, and where is it? It's a bit further north than this. Go up here. Right, so we've got this system up here, where we've got the core mining drills producing all the different ores, and then 4 different liquids as well, which is a bit ridiculous, but you know, they're producing them, so we kind of need to use them for something. We've got the pyroflux here that we're not using up as fast as it's coming out. So down here we've got these 4 chemical plants turning it into steam, and then down here we've got a very, very full steam thing. So let's put in some more of these steam engines. I don't know how many we can actually run off here, but I bet it's certainly more than I had in there before. So let's try this many and see how it goes. So pylon, yeah, if I put a pylon there and a pylon there, well, typically it reaches all the steam engines, but doesn't actually quite cover the but they're slightly too far apart to link themselves together, which is very unhelpful. So there we go. Now they're all running. Are they all running? They're not running at full whack, but that's probably due to the amount of power the base doesn't actually need, because now we've got a good 136 megawatts of available generation out, and we're only using just under 90 of it. I'm not sure what these blips are all about. Oh, they're blips because the core miner keeps stopping. Ah, yes, that was something else I was going to do. I was going to stick in a second belt coming out from there, bringing up a little bit more core fragment. I might be able to manage turf, especially as it says it at the end of your end of the rest of the name.
I've found a problem with the rare metals into landfill.
Oh? We
don't have that research yet.
Oh.
We need recycling facilities.
Sounds like one of those problems that isn't really a problem. It's fine.
Does that require...
Just chuck it in the water, it's fine.
Does it require blue science then?
Yeah.
Yeah. Alright, I'll have a go at that next. I should investigate it momentarily. Ooh. There. Now, is this... Yeah, I think, yes, I remember reckoning there wasn't quite enough of it coming through at the top. So having this system like this, with this extra inserter here to top this belt back up again. In fact, let's do it up here, like that. That should help keep the core fragments being used at the absolute maximum possible rate. And it might empty this box a little bit. In fact, it has emptied this box completely. Okay, because beforehand the mining drill here was running at 90% effectiveness or something, and you can see if we look at the power graph. You can't see it at all. Okay, so there, you hopefully saw it earlier. This wibbly bit here was because the core mining drill wasn't working at 100% capacity, because the box it was emptying into kept filling up because the one single belt wasn't quite enough to take the core fragments away as fast as they were being produced. So now with this system, we can take them away a little bit faster, and therefore we'll be able to process them a bit faster, and so we'll be able to run this thing absolutely flat out. So that'll help a little bit. Okay, so now let's have a think about the blue science. Those are called cards, I think. They are, but no, tech. I don't like the FNEI search doesn't work. It's very annoying. Because if we look in here, if we go for the researches, we've got
card.
See, it's called a chemical tech card, and if I search for tech and I searched for card, and it didn't come up, so it's clearly broken. But anyway, so we've got glass being made, and that's on.
You're using the FNEI search rather than the default search.
Oh, is that? Yes, I am. Yeah, because that gives you a search box, whereas this doesn't. Oh, I suppose. Yeah. What? No.
Ah.
What?
Well, you could use the Control F at the top.
What control?
Click the item that you're wanting an item. So you click the box that's there.
Here. Oh right, click like that. I see.
Wooden crate.
Yeah, so I could do that. Yeah, but that's a lot. That feels like more effort than doing it the other way. Although, if the other search worked, it would be better. This feels slightly less different.
I don't know. That's just always how I've done that.
Okay, I guess I find it easier to type a name into a box than I do to find it in a massive list of things. Okay, so anyway, out of all of this, well, Marc is off producing sulfuric acid. I'm going to need sulfuric acid for blue tech cards, it turns out, Marc, I'm afraid.
Oh, you want sulfur? We have sulfur on the bus now.
Okay, I'll make it on site then, that's fine. Blank tech, which are presumably fine. Yeah, sulfur, iron and water, yes, I can do that on the bus. That will be fine. Then we need the blank tech cards, which I believe are on the bus, although I can't... No, yeah, there they are. So that's that one. The glass is on the bus here. So it's just red circuits I need to make now, and that is copper cable, electronic circuits, and electronic components. Electronic circuits we have, but I'll probably make some more of those. Electronic components are plastic, glass, silicon, and lithium. Blimey. Okay, so plastic we don't have, but that's just going to be... Oh, that's coal and petroleum gas, so that's same as vanilla. Okay. Silicon is quartz in a smeltery, and quartz is made out of sand and water. Is that going to be another thing for Mike to put in his giant smelting area? I don't know.
Yeah, probably.
So silica. And then we need lithium as well, which is lithium chloride and water produces lithium and chlorine. Lithium chloride comes from mineral water and hydrogen chloride. Mineral water we've got coming out of the core mining, but hydrogen chloride takes chlorine and hydrogen. There's a lot of extra things in here just to get red circuits. Am I looking at a more complicated recipe than I need to be? Yes, there are a lot of ways to make electronic components. Okay, the easier way... There are easier ways, but there are many ways to make it. So, not that one. So plastic bar, stone, and water. Make 6 of them. Alternatively, okay. So the other one is uses less plastic but uses more of other stuff. So it's a future more efficient recipe.
Assembling machine.
Oh yeah. Plastic bar, glass, and silicon. Then this looks like this is the one we've actually unlocked. So so we are going to need silicon, which is the one that requires quartz, which comes from sand and water and smelting. Right. That's quite a snarl of things that are needed for that. So yes, please add silicon to the list of things we're going to be smelting. But in the meantime, I guess I'm going to need to do something a bit nearer to home and yeah, get things going from there. Marc, that yellow belt the sulfur belt shouldn't be there. It should be. You need to leave a gap every four squares for the bus to go through.
Is that right, or do the underground belts go a bit further in this?
I don't think they do.
Yellow ones don't.
No, the yellow ones don't.
Okay, no worries.
Yeah, sorry, I miscounted.
It's okay. Right, so I guess I'll do a little bit of. I'll set up a small on-site smeltery to do the to start making quartz and then silicon down here. But we'll try and pull that off the bus once we've got the new smelting area set up and just get rid of it. Jeez, this is going to be complicated. In fact, let's do it. What I'm gonna do, unless anybody has any really strong objections, is I'm going to put in something below the bus to produce the silicon, and then we'll rip it out as soon as possible and turn once we've got it onto the into the proper smelting area. Speak now, or hold your pieces.
Well, this is all only temporary, right?
Yes. Well, I don't know. I mean, I tend to find with the way I play, these buses tend to end up not being temporary. I just leave them there forever because I can't be bothered to move them away. And blimey, that's a lot of smelter. Oh, of course, it's a lot of furnaces because we will need those. Yeah, these furnaces tend to be my mall for the rest of eternity generally. I mean, that isn't compulsory, but it just tends to be the way it happens. Oh, I was going to nick that. Can I? Yes, I can. Mine.
I'm preparing the cliff explosives.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah, that seems like a good idea. Pulverizer. Pulverizer goes there, and then we bring in a belt of stone from up here, so it goes into this column. Yeah. Alright, put it in there. Oops. What? No, still another square down from that, Mark. It needs to be a double gap.
I know that.
I'm good, so you should. Yeah, that's a shot for you, definitely. Although chat didn't point it out, so. I need some more inserters.
Did we mention about the drinking game to chat?
we haven't actually. We're playing around with the idea of trying to come up with a way of turning Factorio into a drinking game for our sins, and we're playing with various ideas like whenever you die you take a shot. But to be honest, we don't die very often, and that would probably lead to griefing very
speak
quickly.
For yourself.
Okay, only Mike dies very often, and so it would still probably lead to griefing. And then we thought, well, you could take a shot every time the biters attack, but to be honest, half the time you don't really notice the biters attacking, or you take a shot every time something gets damaged, that sort of thing. But then we actually decided the best way to play it would be you have to take a shot every time chat points out you've done something dumb.
I think you missed a step in the middle of that we mentioned.
Maybe.
About taking a shot every time we make a mistake.
Oh yeah, sorry. Every time, specifically every time chat points out that you've made a mistake, I think was my original idea. That's not going to work. It's going to put them down in this gap here.
I thought there was a sort of a middle suggestion, which was every time you make a mistake, then we agreed that we'd be dead of alcohol poisoning before the end of the evening.
A train deadlock definitely deserves a shot. Every contaminated belt, especially if it's your fault. Yeah, every time you drive into something, that'd be a good one as well. Come on, there must be a way to do it. I suppose.
Every time someone doesn't properly salute Mike's greatness, that sounds like a good one.
Mike's vagueness, you say?
Shot.
I'm sure we could arrange for you to be shot if necessary.
We researched cliff explosives, right?
Yep.
Yes.
What are they made in?
Sulfur. That's the main obstacle to us being able to use them.
I've also just left coal all over the floor because I filled my inventory up.
Yeah, I'm not able to collect creep anymore because my inventory's full.
Mike is as creepy as it gets.
Hey-oh.
There we go. That should work. So you are making sand. There's some. Is there water required somewhere in this recipe? I've got this completely wrong, haven't I? That's not how you make quartz. silicon is made out of quartz in a smeltery, sure, but then it's made out of... Oh, bloody hell. Yep, I've completely cocked this. Well, I haven't completely cocked it up, but I've used completely the wrong ingredients. This is supposed to be a filtration
Big
plant
shot.
or a decontamination facility. Yeah, this probably... Oh my... I need to empty my inventory because I picked up... What have I even picked up too many? Oh, everything.
Is Laurence occasionally cutting out for you guys as well? Is that just me?
No,
Yeah.
it says internet again,
Is that-
I think.
Yes, it's just me, or
Yes, he's cutting out.
okay.
Okay. How is this for you guys on the stream? Am I cutting out for you as well? I don't really want to have to reboot my computer, but I will if it's just not working. It's not the best way. Rebooting computer from time to time isn't the best way to run a stream, in my experience. Yes, you're right. There's no no belt to contaminate, so everything. So I'm safe from having to take a shot for that particular reason. Poison.
It's only a sort of very intimate thing.
Ooh, yeah, you broke up enormously.
Which is why I was
saying
thinking,
that.
is it on my end? Is it? Ooh. I could be
I
on my
didn't
end.
notice anything.
Okay.
Nope.
Okay.
The stream might be slightly more resilient because it can buffer slightly more because there's a delay in there, whereas the Discord is trying to just be as close to an instantaneous chat thing as it can. So I'd imagine it's probably going to be worse for you guys than it is for the viewers at home. Ooh, this is getting a bit laggy again.
Laurence, have you made grenades anywhere?
No, I think I pocket crafted a couple, but I haven't started making them en masse. Right, let's see if I can make a filtration facility, just out of what I've got in my pockets is. No, not even slightly. What? Multi-cylinder engines, steel beams, automation cores, and glass. That was what I needed, wasn't it? Silicon comes from quartz. It is, yes, a filtration plant. Which is that one? Yep. Hey Todor, the remaster video was a replacement for the original one that I uploaded about almost 2 years ago when I first started the run. So that original space exploration run I finished it with a slight proviso on there, in that I got to the spaceship victory, but I didn't do the go on and do the archaeological victory. So yes, I am planning to, well, I was planning to continue it, and I have continued it, and I have finished it. But also, I've not done the absolute final finish of it. But basically, it's as done as it's going to ever be. So this stream is now this playthrough is now sort of the replacement for that. So it's the I've done that one. I've now moved on to this one because there's a new version of space exploration out, and I wanted to move on to the latest and greatest, the more exciting one.
This is the upgraded version of the stream because it's got Tristan and Marc in it.
Exactly.
Guys, in which machine do I do grenades?
Is it not just straight up? It's just an assembly machine.
No.
I
Oh,
don't
there.
know.
I'm blind. Sorry, guys.
Okay. Yeah, I felt like it was unlikely to not be assembly machines, but I mean, on the flip side, I wouldn't put it past the game to have decided to do things completely differently, just for fun.
I assume that he said something intelligent there.
Oh, always.
I wouldn't assume that.
What did I say? I said normally. I mean, you normally do, and it seems sensible, but I wouldn't have put it past the game to have decided that now grenades are made in something completely different, just for fun.
Yeah, fair. It now needs to be made in a weapons manufacturing facility.
Quite.
That would be a genuinely interesting variant. Nah, I don't actually. I take it back. Never mind. Ignore me. More than usual.
Yeah, you could. I mean, it'd be a bit like almost like playing a CNC game where you have that's Command and Conquer, not computer control. What does CNC as in a router and is in a router stand for? It's going to be computer and control in there, but there's an N in the middle of it as well. Anyway, not that.
No idea.
Anyway, yes. So yeah, it would be a bit like the CNC games where you needed a barracks to make foot soldiers and a war factory to make tanks and so on and so on. So,
Yeah,
Computer numerical control.
computer numerical control. Thank you. Okay, I learn something new every day.
From Google.
Of course.
Hence the delay.
You might learn, but I never do.
There's a YouTuber I watch who's got a CNC machine that she's named CNCelia, which I quite like.
We are about to have a shortage of iron plates, by the way. I'm upgrading to warehouses in the station.
Okay, so it's not it's a throughput problem rather than a production problem.
Yes.
Good. I didn't think it could really be a production problem, given we've got the whole main massive boss name facility up and building them. The massive smeltery. Yeah, words are hard. Right, okay, let's put that in there.
We are producing cliff explosives.
Ooh-wee.
Quartz. Nice. Actually, let's rotate that and then bring the water in on the other side. Right. Fantastic. Cliff explosives are something we've been desperate for ages, so that's fantastic. Wow, that is an amazing underground pipe. I mean, I remember that they were longer, but that's just ridiculous. Marc runs past trying to work out where the other end of it is.
I'm just cleaning up my mess here.
Yeah, I know. Right, okay, so that's quartz. Now we need the this. This, yes. I English good me.
Watch out with those long-worded modifications.
It's not like I'm reminded of the that Blackadder bit, which I probably don't need to. The bit with the dictionary. Right, let's try and power all of this.
I don't know that one.
Where they meet the inventor of the dictionary, and George accidentally burns it, and Blackadder has to rewrite the entire thing. But he spends a load of time winding up the guy whose name I've forgotten, the inventor of the dictionary, basically, by making up words and making him think that he's forgotten them.
Did you know that Blackadder was based on me?
There's another time machine involved here, I can tell.
Yep.
Right, that should be silicon. Silicon. Okay, you need to put quite a lot of quartz in before it'll actually siliconize. It's 18 in order for it to run. But it's probably going to take a while to run. Yes, it's a 16-second craft. Okay, so this might actually be vaguely balanced. Alright. Lazy Bastard Space Exploration Run. Wow, that's an interesting combination. Well, good luck. I mean, I can imagine it's going to be quite a. I suppose it's not going to be that much worse than any other Lazy Bastard run. You just need to remember to Alt P, Shift P, Shift L. There we go. You just need to remember not to build anything except in your assembly machines, and then you'll be more or less okay. But yeah, I think whilst in theory a Lazy Bastard run should be perfectly manageable, I think I just find it so frustrating not being able to do anything by hand that it would just drive me up the wall. Pong? Are you trying to trigger my bot by saying ping? Oops, saving. I don't have a number on the range. I'll probably be able to find a number on the range of a mouse over it. Yeah, 20 is the maximum length. Now, is that... Okay, 5. Okay, so that means a gap of 19 between the beginning one and the end one. That is ridiculous. Yeah, I think Lazy Bastard is pretty masochistic for almost any of the any version of Factorio you happen to want to play. Let's do that to make things a little bit nicer for Marc. There we go. and also we'll want to bring plastic through here as well.
Hey.
Sorry. Okay, so where was I've got to the sort of I've got to the point where I've finished a build and I'm going, what did I want this for? But I can remember it was because I needed red circuits in order for the chemical tech cards. These things, chemical tech cards, because that's red. So yeah, we've got. Well, we'll have sulfuric acid we'll make on site. Blank tech cards are just going to come in on the belts. Glass is going to come in on the belt. For now, we'll almost certainly move off and have a separate red circuit building facility very, very soon. And then advanced circuits, that requires copper cable. Green circuits, which I'm going to make on site, again out of copper cable, copper and stone this time. And again, we'll move that off site as soon as we realistically can. And then there's the electronic components, which is the plastic, the glass, and the silicon. So again, plastic is the tricky one out of these, and the thing that we're going to need to try and get in there. So, plastic. Talk to me, Mark. How are we doing with oil? Oh, sulfur's coming in, so we must be somewhere with oil processing. Okay, so you've got some machines making sulfur. Good. What are you thinking for plastic?
I can make plastic over there. Yeah.
So you think do it the same way, and
like
just have another row of chemical plants. You'll need coal as well, but there is a supply of coal just to your west coming out of the
coal over there.
thing.
Yeah.
So yeah, in the short term, that seems like it might be quite good. Just get the plastic.
I mean,
up and
we are doing a spaghetti run, right?
Well, my thinking is that once we have a more reliable oil supply, we'll probably move these off into their own towns. But for now,
this coal mining seam's been sealed by the biters.
how rude! I mean, we have quite a lot of other coal mining seams, but still.
Sealed by the biters. Oh yeah, no,
you
this one's been...
You just have to place a drill on it and that unsealed.
Yeah, I should probably do a lazy bastard run at some point, but yeah, definitely vanilla. Anything more than that would be a bit much. Yeah, Pyanodons, just no. Run away. Successful. Well done.
Thank you. My inventory's full, and that's really handicapping me right now because I can't remove the creep without losing it all. Because it removes it okay, but it doesn't put it anywhere.
Oh, I've just realised why my game keeps lagging out. It's the screenshot mod we installed. Right, I'm going to turn off screenshot mod because these bursts of lag they're just too much. It was a nice idea, and having the screenshots pop up, having the screenshots of what we've been doing would be quite nice. But also having the game run nicely would be quite nice too. Where the hell are the options for this?
But shouldn't be that on the server as well?
It's running on the mod is on the server, but the screenshots are being taken by my computer, I believe. And I don't know where the options are. It's not in startup because you can turn it on and off on the fly. I thought it was under S for screenshot, but there's no options in there from that. Oh no, it's not. I know where it is. It's in here. Auto screenshot. Yeah, there we go. It's taking a screenshot of the entire factory, and it's just taking for bloomin' ever. I guess that'll probably turn it off. If I set that to, yeah, it's probably going to have fixed it. Okay, right. Sorry. I'm not going to be able to use screenshots in up and coming videos, because it's just unplayable when I do. We do indeed play with biters, yes. I've never played any of the mods that give you crazy numbers of biters because I'm not that enamored by the combat in general in Factorio. However, I think having biters turned on just to make sure things aren't too easy for you is worthwhile, because without biters it makes expansion a bit too easy. You don't have anything holding you back. Whereas if you have biters turned on, but at sort of normal vanilla levels, then you have to think a little bit about how much space you're going to take up, and how much how you're wasting space. And it's a bit of an effort to go out and get get more space. But on the flip side, you don't spend. It's not an absolute nightmare to do it. So yeah, I think having biters at sort of defaultish levels is my preferred way of playing. That's true. Yes, even if you turn it off in space exploration, you will always have biters on. Certainly on Vitamelange planets and possibly other ones as well. I'm losing patience with all the stuff in my inventory. I might have to just make an idea. I've had enough of this box. Okay, so this is the belt that's bringing plastic in? I take it.
Yes.
Cool. Thank you very much.
Already on the way.
Oh, I'll move the silicon. There we go. Oh, you're very welcome, Avenue. Thanks for watching the tutorials. I'm glad you're glad they're appreciated. I have noticed they do seem to be my most popular videos. And they're the ones that have the sort of it's quite nice when they get to carry on getting lots and lots of views for a lot longer than the normal videos do. So yeah, I appreciate everyone who watches them, and I quite enjoy. Yeah, definitely enjoy making them. What's going on here, Mark? What are you doing?
Yeah, just ignore it.
Oh, it's a way of dumping it out of your inventory. Fair enough. Okay. All right. I think partly people find the channel because they'll search for an LTN tutorial and then follow mine because it's the newest and the most popular recently, or however the YouTube algorithm works. Nobody really knows. And then they'll and then hopefully they'll follow the rest of the channel because of it. Or alternatively, perhaps maybe people will start watching the series and the streams, and then they'll get into my plays through that, and then they'll start watching the tutorials afterwards. But I think they're probably better as an advert for the channel, to get more people in, to get them to come along and subscribe, and then hopefully start watching the streams, because a lot more people watch the tutorial videos than the streams. So I think it must work that way around.
Is anybody in need of cliff explosives?
Not right now, but it's one of those things that's useful to have in my pocket.
Okay.
It's the for the smeltery area. Then
Yeah, I'll
3 in 1 second, producing 2 in 1 second. So it's the standard 3 to 2 recipe for that.
I can't give them to you,
but
because
you also need the stone tablets, which is 4 per second, and you only need 1 of those. So one stone tableterizer can make 4. Okay, that's not too bad a ratio actually. If I do this, and then again, like so, then this machine can provide the stone tablets for all of these to make the green circuits from the copper cables out of these machines. There we go. It means it will need a belt going up to carry the stone tablets, but that's fine. I don't mind that. Oop. Get the design right, Laurence. There we go. There and there. I was just thought actually. I could put that in the middle of there and have it. Oh no, I couldn't. No, that wouldn't work. There's 4 machines. So just feed that up like that, and that like that. And then we can. I can use. It's 1 every second. I don't know if I can use long inserters for that.
Ooh, have I discovered a sneaky? No, I haven't. Excellent.
Oh, you're thinking I could put that there and then have this sort of like this. But then I can't get the green circuits out very easily. I like that design. I suppose I could pull the green circuits out top and bottom. Yeah, all right. Let's do this. This looks pretty and symmetrical and just generally pleasing. And there's trees in the way. Was someone making grenades? I might require some grenades for deforestation purposes.
Yes.
Not right now, but in general, I think it'd be grenades.
Explosive. Produce grenades as well.
Cool. I'll yeah. This is a nice pattern. Thank you, Avenue, for making me, or Ave, whatever your name is, for making me rethink that design, because this is definitely much more pleasing. This is 0.6, not 0.16, but yeah, it's the new one anyway.
Space Engineers 0.6. Space Engineers, Space Exploration 0.6.
Yes.
Factorio 1.1.34?
61.
61, sorry. Where did I get 34 from?
I don't know.
My numbers aren't great.
There's so many different versions of absolutely everything everywhere, so I'm not surprised. It can get easily overwhelming. Right, so I'm going to need a belt of copper coming up here, like that, and up here like that, and then there'll be a belt coming across here. Oh, slightly disappointing. I can't use an underground to go out from here. Oh, I could use, actually, we do have some red underground belts, don't we? So I'll put a red underground in here to get this out. Same up here, like this. And down here.
Bone brick area is D-cliff, Mike.
I think I might need to pocket craft those though, because I don't think we have anywhere making red belts yet. So I'm going to need a lot more iron. Just to get all this made. By the looks of it.
I've put a very simplistic defense over this choke point here. It is very simplistic.
Oh, parallel. Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a much better idea. I'm glad you're here tonight. You give me lots of good ideas. And then yeah, this can go like this. And then we'll feed them out onto the bus and use them all up immediately, making blue science probably. Yeah, I like that. That's a nice, pleasing, symmetrical design. Oh, and I need inserters all the way up here as well. I'll put them in the way that upsets Mike, because that's always the best way to do it.
It is known.
Although actually, with the new power poles that have that slightly larger coverage area, the reasons I normally put them in like that no longer applies. So I am actually now only doing it to upset Mike.
That is a valid reason.
Yeah, exactly.
It has been noted. Okay, this peninsula is, as far as I'm aware, secure. It's got reasonable radar cover. I need to put one more radar in, but I've run out of power poles. Or run out of large power poles, rather.
And you feel a bit dirty just running a huge string of the small ones out there. Good work, though.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I also ran out of rifle magazines, kitting out that simple line at the far left.
Okay. Yeah, you're going to need to add the train system in for continue that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right, so that's going to be green circuits. Now, I forgot this was green circuits, not red circuits, and therefore I'm not actually finished and ready to feed them out into the rest of the system. So now I get to think, oh, I'm still making those red underground belts that I was talking about ages ago before it was pointed out to me there's a better way. Oh dear. Right, let's go back and think about red circuits now. So this is also copper cables, it's electronic circuits, and it's electronic components. So let's start building the electronic components. That's plastic, glass, and silicon in an assembly machine. It's
Marc,
2 of each. Okay.
I have a station here for you for any extra oil you need in case the
Oh, perfect. Okay.
cores can't keep up.
Yep.
I'm going to bring this across a bit higher up, actually, because I think I'm going to need a little bit more space than that for my buses. There will do. In fact, you know what? That means that can be a longer underground as well. There we go, like that. And it's so that can come down there and down there. There we go. Right. So that's all of my inputs. So it's plastic, glass, and silicon. Where were those grenades? There are the grenades. Nice. It's time for a bit of deforestation, grenade style. There they are, grenades. Let's put them on my hotbar because I'm there's always trees and trees to deal with. I'm glad we've got grenades that are powerful enough to take out trees with a single grenade, because I'm sure in vanilla, when you first get grenades, they take out 80% of the health of a tree, but they don't actually destroy it in one go, and that's incredibly annoying. Whereas something has upgraded the damage a little bit, so they're just powerful enough to take out a tree, and that's so much better. I build compact partly because of the biters, and partly just because it's just satisfying. Especially for something where you're going to need a lot of the where you might want to copy and paste it later. It's satisfying to make something tidy and compact like this, and it just looks nice. I think it just looks nice. Yes, I did forget the outserters. That probably is a shot. It's lucky we're not actually playing that rule, isn't it? The other big problem is that I'm the only one whose stream is being watched, and therefore I'm the only one who's going to get their mistakes pointed out, which seems a little unfair.
Don't worry. I'm sure you'll point my mistakes out to me as well.
Yeah, but there's only me looking for them, whereas for my mistakes, everybody on chat is watching for them.
It's a hard life being
the face of the channel.
The star of the show, but yeah, we know that you're not the star. I'm the star. I wish.
Is my microphone? Right, has my microphone just gone funny because everything went crackle, and that means my my USB hub had a moment. Yes, it has. 1 second. Yeah, but not to stream. There we go. Sorry about that. It's fixed now, though. Yeah, so it looks like I might need to buy myself a new USB hub because this one I've got so I've got all of the stuff that I actually use to interact with my computer. So headphone, mouse, keyboard, and something else. Oh, webcam. All plugged into a USB hub, so that I can, at the push of a button, I can switch them from all working with my work laptop to my personal computer. And the problem is that hub seems to be a bit glitchy. If it gets nudged, it has a... Oh, is it still bad? No, that's normal. It looks... Really? It looks correct in OBS now. Should... So this probably sounds awful, but if I now go back in and say use headset mic, that should now be right.
I've just muted everything else other than my microphone. How's that? So I mean, you're not going to be able to hear. You're not going to be. Oh, it's still awful. Oh, okay. Right. So that's very weird. Okay. You know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to straight unplug the webcam. And then unmute the go. Right. So I've now. That's very strange. Yeah, no, I'm looking at the bars moving around in OBS, so I can tell that something funny is going on. Here we go. So trying to get. I've lost my virtual sound devices. That's very weird. Right. Nope. That's not better. I mean, it might sound okay now, although I'm just aware that my microphone is now coming through on all 3 channels, microphone, game, and Discord, which is strange. You should be able to hear this Discord chat. Somebody say something, please. Okay, no, you're not coming through on it. Oh, I know what it'll be. No, I don't. There we go. I think that's right now. Could you say something again, please?
Something again, please.
There we go. Right, good. All of the bars are moving in the way I would expect them to now. Okay, I think everything is now correct. Oh, dear.
What do you mean one mic is more than enough? There's never a sufficiency of mics. What is this? Oh, dear.
Right, yes, I shall. Well, I've unplugged the webcam, so there's definitely not going to be anything coming in from the really horrible microphone now. So the really horrible mic has been dealt with, and we've now just got the normal mic.
I don't know how to react to that, if I'm honest. Part of me wants to claim that I'm the really horrible mic, but I'm very aware that would be an own goal.
Just a little bit. Right. Okay.
Read that.
You know what this means? I can actually start playing Factorio again now. That'll be nice, won't it? Oh dear. So, plastic, glass, and silicon.
Oh, those worms. That's fine.
Sorry, everybody. I will have to get myself. I always have to get myself a new whatchamacallit, USB
IT
hub
support.
because. I mean, I've worked out what the problem is now, at least, so I know what series of steps to go through to fix it. But it's annoying to have to take sort of 30 seconds out of the stream just because my hub is misbehaving. Yeah. At least on the plus side, you won't get the really obnoxious loud noise from the webcam microphone. You'll only get the really loud obnoxious noise from me talking. No, you'll only get everything cutting out and then being cut back in again. So it's at least it won't be painful. It'll just be a little bit annoying because the noise, the sound will cut out, which I hope is an improvement.
I think more fundamentally, Peter has got this one absolutely spot on.
Oh dear, there's two Peters. That's going to be confusing. But yeah, you could say that. I mean, I would of course disagree, but you could say that.
Do you not think you're the host?
Technically YouTube is that? No.
No, you're not even technically the host of the game anymore, are you?
I suppose that's true. Yeah, it is now hosted by our very generous sponsors. Yes, check out the link in the description if you need a server, and yeah, please do sign up. It'll help keep the channel running.
And whilst you're checking out the link in the description, Marc, Tristan, and I are going to have a quick meeting on the side to work out if Laurence isn't the host anymore and he's not the star of the show. Do we really need him?
I mean, it does have my name on the outside of the channel, so.
Oh, you've got me there.
One of you, sir.
I'm sure we could change that here.
It must be possible.
I mean, it is possible to change the name on the channel, but I don't think it's possible for you guys to do it because I'm pretty sure it's one of those things you have to have slightly more access than you have.
I like the amount of caveat. I'm pretty sure. I think.
Well, the worrying thing is, so I don't know if you're aware, but it wasn't actually me who set up the Discord server originally. Paul set it up when we were just playing GTA, and it was called GTA only at the time, I think. And now it obviously isn't. So technically, I stole the Discord server from him, set myself as the super admin or whatever it's called, and then went on from there. And I'm aware that some of you might be admins on the server as well, so I'm not quite sure. So yeah, I don't want to be too cocky about that sort of thing.
You are the highest rank admin, though.
Yes, but
you were admin first, then Mike, then me.
Yeah, and I think I'm set as the server owner. However, I'm also aware that Paul was originally set as the server owner, and I changed that, and something getting destroyed. Is that you, Mike?
It's a definite maybe.
Okay, as long as it's you getting beaten up, I don't care. That's fine. You're going out on combat missions. It's allowed.
Yep. I've set up my little defensive perimeter. If you look where I am.
Yeah, I had a quick look. Previous Peter points out that actually it's the biters who are the star. We're just invaders on their lovely planet, and we are the vessel through which they tell their story. Other Mike has pointed out the real stars are the giant burning balls of hydrogen and helium at the heart of the solar system. So Kalidas is the real star of this game.
One of the real stars.
It's the only one we've discovered so far. Okay, actually, we haven't even discovered that. Have
No.
we? Okay. Well, I mean, it keeps
We
getting
haven't discovered.
it keeps getting dark, so something's going on with it. Oh dear. I both approve and disapprove of that observation.
As a champion of dad jokes, I approve.
No, that's not a dad joke. That's a son joke.
Hey.
Hey.
But watch out with comments like that, Laurence, because you're it's a bit of a faux pas.
Yes, I'm not. Yes, that's the I'm not a real dad. I'm just a faux pas line, isn't it? You're trying to go for there.
It is. Yeah, I fluffed it slightly. I was
Just a little
too busy
bit.
trying to work out what to do with all these biters. It turns out the answer is shoot them and kill them to death.
Fair.
Which, yeah.
I think chat appreciates our terrible jokes. I mean, should we just chuck in Factorio and just become a terrible comedy channel?
Why not both?
Yeah, okay, that's true. Yeah, why not both? All right.
Temptation to
Come for the
really rude there
Factorio,
is
stay for the jokes.
quite- I've seen how you play Factorio.
It's what it says. It's what it says on the advertising for the channel. So I have to assume that's what people are turning up for. How am I going to squeeze this in?
3 jokes, Mike. No, we're only doing 2 of them.
Oh, you beat me to it, you sod.
You snooze, you lose.
Yeah. Just leave it out.
Surely you're allowed to use it as well, because tree jokes are renewable.
I'm trying to branch out with my humour.
Fortunately, your bark's worse than your bite.
Oh no, this is sapping my will to live.
My proof for the existence of the star is that it gets dark. Kind of.
It's a fair point, because technically the proof of the existence of the star should be it stops getting dark occasionally.
Yeah, that's what I'm going. Maybe kind of. What am I doing here? Not that. That's for sure.
In fairness, that was a scientific deduction conducted sort of in pocket crafting, as it were, not via machine.
Yeah, so it's only using the very basic tech packs. I haven't made any blue ones yet. No, if we start making fish jokes, you'll have to get her out of here.
Oh.
Because you'll have had enough.
Yeah, we know our place. I don't know enough different types of fish to. Yeah. No.
Copper cables and electronic circuits. So that is the correct. Oops. Height. That's supposed to go in there. And then this needs to go up as the near belt, because it's the one that's got all the... This one's got to go in first, because it's going to be the one that's where 8 things are being taken off it. But then I need to get this one into this gap. So I think that the least disgusting way to do that is going to be like this.
I think soul crushing Peter is a shoe joke.
Is telling him to shoe part of the getter out.
Oh, it's all getting merged. See, the thing is, like, my wife tells me off pretty much every single day for making bad jokes, and here I feel I'm being encouraged. So I'm going to blame all the use chat next time my wife tells me off for making
I am
bad
often
jokes.
told that I'm incorrigible, or something that sounds a bit like it.
Irish jokes, oh, no.
I have made some red circuits.
Wait.
All right.
Yep, that is absolutely right. The biters are after us, not for the pollution.
We are on the top tier with trefoil. This is the stack inserter tier. They've quite pleasingly gone through and given their all their server tiers names based on the game you're playing on them. So all of the Factorio ones are named after different types of inserter. So you start off with burner, then you go to basic, then fast, then stack, and then where's that going? Yeah, that goes there. And then I think for Minecraft, I can't remember what it is for Minecraft. It's different types of block, I think, and so on. Up the tiers, lickety split.
Yeah. Note to self: take that out of inventory. I was trying to save 1 inventory space, and as a result, I've yeeted myself into a biter nest several times.
Are you keeping your trying to keep your weapon in your grappling hook in your toolbar rather than in your inventory?
I need the stacks of space. Yes, I'm just quickly killing this bite nest because it was on the edge of the pollution cloud.
Fair. You know, it's just occurred to me that I've been making these red circuits in order to make blue science packs, and so I've just run them all the way down here to put them onto the bus, and I'm going to put blue science pack production in about here, so I might put in a shortcut as well. Especially as I think that might be the main use of the red circuits, at least for now, at least until we get the circuits moved off to their own production area. So I think having a shortcut in there is probably acceptable. So we'll put in a shortcut-matron here, like that. Okay, so now I'm going to leave a bit of space, and then I'm going to start making blue science cards. So that's these ones, which is advanced. I mean, not too bad, I suppose. It does require acid, but we have? Oh no, we're building acid in situ for these sort of things, aren't we? So I'll do that just over here, because then I can have the science cards come out like that. Feed in the inputs here and here, and make the acid over here. So that's going to be relatively straightforward. Okay. Sorry, I've stopped punning and started actually playing Factorio again. I do apologise.
Yeah, I'm disappointed in you.
Well, I guess I can only concentrate on one thing at a time. I get distracted by the. There are green circuits on the bus, but I have learnt from previous experience that if you start using your green circuit production to make your red circuits, suddenly you don't have any green circuits left. So yeah, there's green circuits down there on the bus, but I'm making them on site for the red circuit production, and I will extend this a bit at some point because obviously this isn't sufficient throughput. We need at least 4 times as many red circuit making machines as this, maybe more. We shall see. Okay, so these things. So we require red circuits, glass, and blank tech cards. So the glass definitely needs to be on the near side because it requires 15 per. And the blank tech cards can go on there as well. So we'll put the glass and so this for ease of hooking everything up. Let's do that, and then we'll put the glass and the blank tech cards on here. Glass is this
Laurence and brought 40 offshore pumps with me for no apparent reason.
I want to make some sort of suitable pun about that, but I don't. There doesn't seem to. I can't think of anything. What was the other thing I needed? So I need sulfur. I need sulfur, but that's going to be over on the other side for the acids. That's over here somewhere. What was the other thing? Oh, blank tech cards. That's these ones. Now with silly noises. I'm just waiting for somebody to point out I've been making silly noises for the last how many hours I've been talking.
It's low-hanging fruit, though. You know, I mean.
Yeah.
I've got some standards. I don't know where I keep them in mind, but I have got them.
I'm assuming your standard is just some sort of large flag.
Pretty much. Oh, I've just seen my health. Let's sort that out quickly.
That's sort of how I felt when I got back from the cruise and stood on the scales.
Yeah.
Alright, presumably sulfuric acid is made in a chemical plant, because that would make sense. There it is, sulfuric
Bold
acid.
of you to
Chemical
assume.
plant it is, yes. Well, you say bowl. I mean, I did go in and check. I didn't just drop down a chemical plant and go, yeah, there we go. Oh wait, I checked in the well in the inventory constructionary thing first.
Fair.
Do I have? I've got 2 chemical plants left. Oh, might be enough. Probably will
Dealing
be
with
enough.
splitters now, it's getting a little bit more fiddly.
Hmm.
I assume if I tell these to make do that, then no, yeah, it's just water in, sulfuric acid out. That's nice and easy. So I can put that pipe up there, and then the underneath these. This is so much nicer now that it isn't now that my game isn't grinding to a halt every 10 minutes. Sulfur and iron, of course. So iron is iron is at the bottom of this one. So we bring that across, and as ever, there, yes, because then it goes down and up again. That's right, down, up, and feed it onto that belt, and then the sulfur all the way down here. There are rocks in the way. This is one of the nicest things about bots is they can just fly over and grab a rock. And yeah, okay, there's a million other nice things about bots, but it's just so much easier than digging up stones by hand. Yes, there. No, not there.
For some reason, when they do that, they can carry. Oh, they can't carry everything, but they can carry quite a bit.
Yeah,
sometimes.
well, you research bot carrying capacity, but the only thing that really uses it is logistics bots and then construction bots when they go out and demolish a big stone. The rest of the time, they just take things out one at a time because it would be a bit too challenging and advanced, I think, to program them to be sensible enough to carry everything that goes into a little cluster of an area.
Tiles, they also carry a bunch.
Oh, do they? Okay.
Yeah, they'll carry 4 at a time.
Ah. TIL.
At least for space scaffolding.
Well, that's convenient. Of course, an underground pipe and an underground belt can share a whatever you want to call it, a column.
2 quick questions.
5.
That nest there doesn't need to be killed.
Yes.
Followed by this nest here doesn't need to be killed.
So, one of the options is putting a greenhouse, or a bunch of greenhouses there.
I think that's a good shout, generically.
And north of them, next to the other iron mine as well.
But you'd also need it along there as well, just
Yeah.
generically bracketing that thing.
It would help a lot because it would generally just keep the pollution in. I mean, it would probably mean it would end up going downwards and around them and would eventually get over there anyway. I mean, it depends a little bit on whether we want to continue the policy of trying to protect the pollution cloud. If we want to defend the pollution cloud, then certainly the one that's still flashing needs to be taken out. And that one needs to be taken out.
I mean, I think that is the sensible thing to do.
It is. It's just whether... I mean, it's a sensible thing to do. It comes down largely to whether you can be bothered. And I know that it's sort of going out and killing endless biters is kind of your thing. But as I say, it depends whether you can be bothered to...
I mean, it's the things it needs doing. It's not like I can't do other stuff in the second half of the stream.
True, yeah, I suppose, yeah, spend a little while killing biters. And then and then come over and, I don't know, build a smelter in the second half. Yeah, sure. Yes.
Mike, I automated your western wall.
Excellent, thank you.
I think Mike still has both his hands, so he'll probably be alright. Someone's saying if you need an extra hand to kill biters, I think you'll probably manage. Where am I going to put the next power pole? Will it fit there? I mean, it will fit there, but it won't power everything. I suppose I'll have to put it here. There we go. It's funny, isn't it, how I was raving about how useful it was that the power poles had that little bit of extra range, and and now it's still not quite enough.
That's how it goes with it.
Yeah. Right, Blue Science is making slow recipe, but it is, yeah. Blue Science is now being made, so I'll bring that over to the sciencey area.
So
Now
what
I
were the
can
things we
think.
were talking about needing?
Advanced oil.
Yeah.
Not immediately, but at some point I'm sure we will.
A couple of
Oh, air
range
purification.
upgrades, air purification we should beeline, but
Oh,
if there's any range buffs or damage buffs for shooting or speed buffs or anything like that,
I'll need
also,
military.
Yeah.
Yeah,
if
military
it's
is going
not
to be
convenient, then
my next plan.
yeah, air purification is a good shout.
Air purification. Yeah, that'll basically, from what I've gathered, that's going to essentially remove the biters as a problem, except for when we're expanding. Yes, but biter expansion is on. Nanobots would, might be quite nice to have, I suppose. It does make it probably would have been nice, but yeah. Oh yeah, yes, this is just sort of, this is a proof of concept, make sure I've got everything in the right place, and then I'll come in and just make more and more and more of it to make everything happen much quicker. That's my plan, Peter. Yeah. Johanna's no, we haven't launched any rockets yet. We've just got onto the blue chemical science at the moment. Yeah, that's true. Eventually, we'll get the massive space pylon substation things, and as you say, then then you can just stop worrying about it. I really like those when I was playing space exploration. It's kind of disappointing to not have them anymore. But yeah, we'll get there eventually. Oh yeah, I need to actually make this belt go to the science machines. Oh, I'd switch weapons. There we go. I've run out of belts. No. Go and get some more. Here. Would anybody like some nonsense? I seem to have an inventory full of it.
I'm good, thanks. I have my own nonsense.
It's true. I mean, what I should actually do is just go along the bus and dump all of the, and just hit Shift C a load of times, but I'm quite lazy.
I know the feeling. Also, I think you'll find that a few of us have done that recently, so things are a little bit full.
So everything's already full. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You suck. Okay, well I'll just not then. I've left another box of embarrassment. Where's the? Oh, there's science. So we've got the usual problem in inverted commas that you get in this game, where I've got a belt coming along that's going to potentially could have two. Maybe I'll just not put two sciences onto this belt and have another one for the next one. Yeah, that's probably the sensible thing to do. So over here, let's get rid of this bit that I built up there and just have that dumped straight onto this belt. And then at the other end, this belt can go join onto. Oh dear, that's gone. Actually, no, that had technically gone right, except that there's already green sciences on the other side of it. Let's do that, and nope, not that, like that. That is going to put green science on the wrong side of the bus, but I'll just run up here, grab them all off it, and feed them back in again. Oops, that'll be fine. No, F, not C. Wow, this is a long science column. The other side of that was I was going to put. You know what? Yeah, I was going to put the grey science onto the other side of the belt as it came round there, but actually I think it makes more sense to put the green one on here instead, and then I can go like this.
Something very, very satisfying about combat in this mod pack.
Is it the sound? It's the sound that the big rifle makes, isn't it? That's the satisfying part, I think.
I mean, that is good, sure. It's just something about the whole way it feels. Just is very satisfying.
Yeah, they've done well. It would be, even if we didn't have to worry about the sort of the slight lag of multiplayer, it'd be quite fun to play it with without the aiming auto aim. But
that would be absolutely brilliant, but also absolute chaos.
Yes, you repeat yourself.
Yep.
Yeah, so that's probably another shot.
Yeah.
I don't know what my shot of choice would be, to be honest. I mean, if it was a spirit that I was going to actually enjoy, then I'd choose a good whiskey. But if it's something I was going to be doing shots of, then it's a waste of whiskey.
I was going to say, make sure it's something that A, you enjoy, and B, you can handle a lot of.
Yeah, well, it has to be something. Maybe she should be. The way I play it, probably have to be shots of beer.
Are you sure it wouldn't need to be shots of water? Um, I don't know if I actually needed to kill this spider base or not, but it was there, and so I did.
Come and see the
Or I
violence
am.
inherent in the system.
Yeah. They're starting to actually hurt, though, these things.
Could bring that across there, I suppose. Yeah, that'll be fine. Nope, that's the wrong way.
We now have robotics in the research queue.
Woo!
Hey.
I don't need all these up the middle.
It seems like only 4 weeks ago when we just started out.
I do feel I'm quite impressed by how much progress it feels like we make every time we play. I mean, I know that last week to an extent it felt like we'd made an enormous amount of progress because we did core mining, which I didn't do until much later on in my previous run. But it does feel like every week we are making leaps and bounds forwards in the game, which is quite nice.
I mean, what do you expect? You're playing with the peak of German efficiency and industrial prowess.
True, and also there's 4 of us playing, which makes a big difference as well, I think.
Mm-hmm.
It's little things like knowing that you can say, oh, I'm going to need such and such a thing, and there's a reasonable chance it might just turn up. And like when I was saying, oh, I'm going to need plastics in order to do the next science pack, and then went in and faffed around with getting silicon up and ready, and then by the time I'd finished that, as if by magic, there was plastic available.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah, the having things blocking bullets does make quite a bit of it's quite entertaining in a sort of why is it not running there in a unfortunate way, should we say? Yes, I have long reach installed because yes, it's silly being able to do things from the other side of the screen like this, but also it's so annoying not being able to that it just saves a lot of running around and faffing and things. So I'm yes, a great fan of long reach. Yeah, I know. We need to get up into space and do some of the actual space sciences before we'll get full logistics. But at least if we can get construction bots and yellow chests, then to be honest, I'm going to be very happy with just that, because then this bit where I wanted to build this extra stuff here, it would just be a copy paste and the bots would do it all for me, and that's what I want. Oh, power is running out, is it? Oh yeah, we don't have enough power. Yee. Exactly a worry. Long reach, less walking, more playtime. Perfect way of putting it. I mean, it's a little bit cheaty if you use it in combat to load turrets and things like that, and put turrets down right in front of biters and things like that, but never mind. And also, don't care. But just for general play, I think it's very, very justifiable and just makes things better. Okay, we're still not pulling out all of the steam that's being created from the pyroflux, although we have used... I was going to say we have used most of the pyroflux. That's not actually true. It's coming in faster than we're using it. So that's okay. I'm going to... oh, hang on. Yeah, I did dump all of those earlier. Yeah. I forgot. I emptied all the rubbish out of my inventory, and that included the steam engines I needed for more power. Where's my chest of shame? Where is my chest? Oh, there. Is that it over there? Yes, it is. So we'll take all of those and head back up again. Oh, do I? Okay, thanks, Peter. I shall head back over sooner or later and sort that out. Yeah, I guess oh yes, I dropped the assembler onto the top of the other one, didn't I? And that's why it didn't. What's that? It was a tree. Yeah, got it in the wrong place, and so it didn't set up properly. Thank you, FallObst22 for the subscription. Much appreciated. Good to have you aboard. There we go. That's... Oh, pipes. Pipe, 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 pipe. Pipe, pipe, pipe,
Pipe?
pipe. Pipes. Saving. Right. There we go. That's nice and steamy. How are we doing for power now? Still not enough. Still plenty of steam in the tank in the pipe up here, so I guess I'll just I'm going to make another column of this because this is starting to look a little silly. Nope, that's not the right place. There? What? Yeah, like that. Hi, and also bye. Connects up to the main network. There we go. Power will be a little bit up and down for a moment while I go in and extend stuff in here. I mean, we're not going to have no power, but we are going to have low power. Oh, and I've run out. So one in there, and one there, and one there. Oh, these don't get... Yeah, they're too far apart. Fine, I'll just spray power poles everywhere until it actually works. Then we need a pipe across the top. I need to learn to drag slightly more accurately. Pipe across the top, pipe through the middle, and pipe through here. Right, that's all of the steam engines I had in my inventory, and it is producing just enough power. Very, very just. And how are we doing for the amount of power? We've no longer got a completely full steam pipe up here, so it is trickling down very, very slowly. Oh no, it's going up slowly. I think we've hit about the maximum amount that we can get from these chemical plants, but I could put in more machines turning it in from pyroflux into water. But I think that's probably quite a good balance, just at a sort of just eyeballing it a little bit. Yeah. Oh, you might be right to worry. It might be German. Yes, you could be right. Maybe it's a friend of Marc's. Who knows? Yeah, maybe having the power fail completely would have been funnier. Who knows? 2 steam engines, 4 steam engines. How many? I haven't even looked how many I've got. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So 60 steam engines in there being fed from 4. So it's a vaguely similar recipe. Yeah, just pumping masses of steam out of the because I mean we don't have any use for pyroflux at the moment. So this way we get some nice cheap free power out of it, and and stop the tank overflowing. So I think it's probably quite a good one to use.
Are we draining that oil deposit that's nowhere the smelter yet, by the way?
Yes.
Excellent.
Oh yes. I mean, you say yes. They've all stopped because the tanks are full. But
yeah, we're not using oil, which is a slight issue for that.
Trying. I'm using a little bit. Did I break up a steam output pipe? Oh yes, so I did. Thank you.
That's a shot.
Fortunately, we're not playing shots Factorio. Otherwise, yeah, as I said, I've been in a lot of trouble. Okay, there's capacity for a few more steam engines in here as well. Because using max rate calculator is no fun. No, the train run. Oh yeah, the train that's run out of fuel is Tristan's problem. So that's his shot, not mine. So we're having a suggestion that maybe we should use about 1,000 more wind turbines. I think, given that we don't have bots yet, putting an enormous number of wind turbines down will be absolutely soul destroying. Where are our wind turbines? Are they over?
Sounds like it's the sort of job that is kind of a Not unlike clearing out 1,000 spider nests.
Yeah. Well, if you want to put down 1,000 wind turbines, I mean, I'm not going to complain. The other alternative we're considering was to start making solar panels, which presumably I feel like we've now
We
going
have
to be able to.
researched them.
We have. Did you say we have?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, here they
But
are.
if we haven't
Um,
discovered Kalidas yet, then how can we be sure that solar panels will work?
Yeah. Well, we've got all of the ingredients for them now, so we could start making solar panels en masse. Now, they're not quite. They produce more energy than wind turbines, but they're obviously only work half the time. But they would take the load off the rest of the system when they're in use. Or yeah, we could just totally go out and spam wind turbines absolutely everywhere. Iwari points out that 1,000 wind turbines is only 20 megawatts. And looking at the thing here, we're using 134. Well, we're generating 134 at the moment. So yeah, 1,000 wind turbines would be another seventh of our power. We would need, presumably, therefore, getting on for 5,000, 6,000 in order to double our available power. That's a lot of wind turbines.
Yeah.
Oh, or bioethanol. That's what is that? Turning trees into bioethanol and then burning it in. Ow, it's really bright. Burning it in something or other. Restream isn't scrolling properly. Chat. There we go. There we go. Do we go? Oil to solid fuel to burner. Yeah, well, that's the point. Yeah, we've got a lot of oil that we don't know what to do with. We could burn that, but I feel like oil is kind of valuable, and I don't really want to use it all up. I don't want to waste it by burning it. It's a bit like sort of in real life. Oil is really, really valuable for making plastics and all kinds of other stuff like that. So burning it in engines seems just to move around seems a little bit wasteful. There's so many better things to do with it. Let's get that pipe in while I think of it. Oh, where was it? Yes, I've come down to fix the outsert now. I was just trying to remind myself what it was I was supposed to be doing. Here we go. No. There. Right. There we go. There's a nice flood of blue science packs. I strongly suspect that Shots Factorio would be incredibly dangerous. Also, the other big problem with the Factorio as a drinking game is that at the moment I'm streaming it on a Monday, and that means in theory, I have to do a bit of work the rest of the week. So maybe we'll do a sort of. I've been thinking of doing some sort of one-off specials, sort of for subscribers and channel members, with sort of various challenges and things like that. So maybe a Factorio drinking game would be suitable for that, and I could run it at a weekend as a separate thing that's not one of my normal streams.
I mean, the problem is also that it gets exponentially worse, right? Because
yeah,
if you're drunk, you make more mistakes.
Yes, but that's a sort of the implicit comedy of all drinking games, is that the worse you're doing, the worse you will do, because you'll have drunk more. So it's sort of, I'd do something like can Laurence launch a vanilla rocket,
before he passes out.
Before he passes out, yeah, exactly.
My bet is no.
Actually, I've never tested to see how quickly I can launch a vanilla rocket. Whether I could actually do one in a single evening stream. I've never gone for any of the speed-related achievements because I tend to be a sort of a fairly. I tend to get carried away with sort of large builds and stuff like that. So I don't do the sort of the really, really hyper efficient Factorio runs.
Well, I mean, if memory serves, I'm seeing you next weekend, so that's for science time.
Next weekend. What's happening next week? You're probably right, but I just can't remember what's happening.
Summer barbecue.
Oh right. Yeah, I'm gonna be a bit late to that because I've got another party happening before that. But
so I was told, yeah, double barbecuing.
I know, right? I will be very, very fat by the end of it. But yeah, are you? I'm not sure how this will help because assuming you're not bringing your computer with you, we won't
stand over you with a stopwatch.
Oh, I see. I mean, it's not like you actually need to be there to do that, given if I'm going to be streaming it. Although that said, actually, I don't think you're a channel member, so if I did do it for members only, you wouldn't get to see it.
I don't know if I'm a channel member or not, if I'm honest.
You're not, having been dealing with the roles.
Although as an administrator, I'm sure I could assign myself that privilege.
You could give yourself the sports role on the Discord server. Yes, you wouldn't be able to give yourself. If I did run a members only YouTube run, you actually wouldn't be able to join it.
He could give himself that role. It would be taken away from him automatically.
Oh, okay, even better. Englishman with the reluctance towards drinking games. Yeah, well, as I said, it's a Monday night. There's oh dear. Yeah, it was. I blame I blame joining drama groups. I joined one of them, and my social life doubled, which was sort of admittedly a large part of the reason why I joined it. And then I joined a second one, and it doubled again and became basically unmanageable. Fortunately for the state of my liver, then COVID happened, and we sort of stopped having quite as many parties. But that's not really the way I would like to have fixed things.
So Tristan, I'd like to make any fuel to processed fuel station for the wood and coal. Any suggestions where to put that?
So I am currently, one of these stations is going to be coal drop off for the bus.
Where are you? Oh, there, yeah. Okay.
I was going to basically feed this into the coal mine over on the left,
Yeah, where is
because
okay.
we're out of processed fuel.
it?
I'm in with all the purple.
Yeah, fair. That sounds typical, about right for you, doesn't it? It's in your colour. Yes, exactly, Mike. You're spot on there. Too many. Yeah. No, I was going to make a very, very dark joke then, but I think I might be going too far even by my standards.
I think, ladies and gentlemen, we've hit a first. Laurence saying that he's going too far.
I know, right?
Someone search the archives and find the last time it happened. It's 1980 something.
I don't know if I had the imagination and everything to be sufficiently dark back in those days. Okay. Oh, grey science is probably the next thing I should be thinking about, isn't it? What goes into that? Military tech is electronic components. Okay, well I'm making those nearby. I can probably pipe them over. Blank tech cards and biter research data.
What?
Okay, so we need steel plate, coke, and all of that creep that Mike has been gathering.
I haven't been gathering XP. How about the inventory's been full every time I come back and empty it out?
I collected it.
Oh, excellent, thank you.
At least the parts that were on the train track way.
Okay, well, I will apparently need some of that because biter research data is an ingredient for military tech cards. Now, I wonder. I have this suspicion that there might. Let's have a look. Let's actually look in FNEI for this one.
You think you can farm it?
Well, yeah, I'm pretty sure you can farm. But no, I was just thinking maybe biter research data isn't the only way of making military science. It's not. You can. Oh no, you can. No, sorry. Never mind. You can void. Let's get this right. It is the only way of making it. But yeah, biter research data is only made from biomatter and other stuff. But yes, biomatter can be farmed from petroleum gas and oxygen in a bioprocessing. With bioprocessing in a biolab, but we haven't unlocked that one yet. So, and we haven't got oxygen yet either. Well, we haven't started producing oxygen yet, but that is just an atmospheric condenser. So, actually, one research away, we could just forget the whole using the creep to make biomatter at all, and just produce it on site, or we could just dump in what we've got and work through it. That might be better. And that's actually that's a fair point. We could use we've got lots of oil that we don't know what to do with. We could start making the biomatter from it. Okay, Peter, thanks for watching, and see you next week. Try not to dream of missing out, Certus. Oh, no, you can't all leave. We're too busy having fun. At least some of us are having fun. Yeah,
My concern with using up the oil on stuff is the oil is limited.
How do I do that? Oh,
Same way you did it last time.
I think is
It
controls.
wasn't actually me last time. Shift space.
Shift space. Yeah, I was wondering what
Ah.
shortcut that would be. I pressed that accidentally as well.
Air purifier. Woo! Air purifier box text. Building purifies the atmosphere by consuming a pollution filter. Purify the chunk it's placed in. Keep doing it even after the chunk has been completely cleaned. So it will. Yeah, you need to spread them out a bit, or it'll be a bit wasteful.
Oh, bye, Mike.
10% of the time they wreck them. Oh, oh dear. Obviously, she started uploading photos again.
Hello. Oh.
Welcome back.
Oh, yowza. Hello.
Photos being uploaded.
Presumably, I don't know. Everything suddenly stuttered for me.
Yeah, we got the bar picked up here that said Drengen is being dropped from the game. It got most of the way full, and then started to shrink again. So you were just in time.
Ooh, lucky me.
So the pollution filters have a 10% chance of being used up. So 9 times out of 10 you'll get one back that you can then clean out and use again. But you'll need to drop new ones off with it every so often. Right, I know what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up a system for making the grey science, and then I'm going to put in a place where we can put biomatter from the from killing biters, and then work back onto it, and work back if we need to, and to using the oil processing method later. I've just noticed I've put down my chemical plants out of alignment here, and it's now bothering me a little bit. I'm trying to decide if I actually care.
Did you make stack inserters, or is that a?
No, that was a
Thing that
thing
we
that
haven't
needed
yet.
red circuits, and I haven't made red circuits for as long as I would need to would have. So actually, that's a good idea. I'll do that next instead of. I'll move all of the circuit, the inserter production over here, I suppose, because I'm going to need to make all of the earlier tiers in order to make the next tier. Oh, and these should make sulfuric acid. There we go. Yay, fixed it. Makes a change for me to be a perfectionist. Thank you, Lars. I hope you. Glad you. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Basic filters.
What's going on with the power there, sorry?
Power? Is something weird happening with power?
Well, have a look and tell me what you think.
I see the core mining drill doing weird spiky things, which is a bit strange because I thought I'd set it so that it was going to just use all of the.
No, up here.
Oh, somewhere specific.
Not where I am, where I'm pinging.
What do you mean? They're just that they're not linked.
Yeah, it feels wrong.
That's because the line up the middle wasn't there originally.
And isn't finished. Those poles.
Yeah.
Some of those poles aren't there. If I could put in. Oh no, I can't put in another ghost because it lands right on that turnaround in the rail.
That's why it's not there, because that's the middle of the chunk.
Okay, so yeah.
So for the pollution thing, we need a pollution detector.
Who are you calling a creep? How do you detect pollution? Is there such a thing as a pollution detector? And
I don't
you're
know.
saying that flippantly, it would be useful.
I'm saying it would be something that would be useful.
Fair enough.
If there was such a thing.
Of course, we're playing with biters. How else do you play? You've got to have biters. They're you need something to make expansion non-trivial. At least that's my opinion. Puts radar in about. This is probably going to upset Mike as well, but so let be. It's his fault for leaving a gap in the radar.
There's a few places where the radar isn't quite neatly lined up.
Yeah. I'm filling in a gap here because there was a gap. I haven't really lined it up very much because there isn't really a good way to do so because it was a narrow gap of less than a radar's width across. Yeah. Yeah, no, we're trying. We'd like to hook the pollution up to the circuit network. Yeah, I mean, I know we can do this and see how bad it is. But what we want is a way to turn the scrubbers on and off as and when there's pollution available. Or I suppose you just stick them right next to the things that are producing all of the pollution and reckon they're just going to be running all the time. And then maybe that. Yeah. How about this as a plan? put the pollution scrubbers right next to right next to mines and power plants and stuff like that. Stuff that's really kicking out a lot of pollution, and then just scatter greenhouses around in other places to absorb anything they miss or anything that's pulled up anywhere else.
Yep. I mean, my sort of reckoning was that if you stick so you've got the outside wall.
Ducks.
You've got, your wall, you've got your turrets, you've got a belt feeding it all. You then have
Oh yeah.
so you have a line of greenhouses after that.
Okay, so greenhouses along the only problem with greenhouses is they take a lot of power.
Yeah, but they also produce wood, which
Yes,
is useful.
it's true. Robotics, hurrah! Right. Okay. Yes, I was going to move the. Actually, no. Actually, I think better idea. So what? Okay, what goes into the stack inserters? Green, red circuits, steel gears, inserter parts, and fast inserters. So we do already have all of that here, except for the steel and the red circuits. I think. Let me check that again. Yeah, got green circuits. We've got
meteor strike that caused
On the
problems.
bus.
Oh dear, where'd it go?
Splat.
Just
Oh, that's
plastic
not
and
so
sulfur.
bad. It's just it's not. It's only damaged a few bits of belt. That's not so bad. So green circuits we've got there. Inserter parts, fast inserters we've got there. So we need to get steel in there, and steel flows past on the bus, and red circuits. So if I bring a red circuit belt all the way from here back round along here, then it can be brought in and then brought up here, because there's quite a bit of space here. It looks like there was something here that's now been removed, so that's a perfect place to bring some extra things in. And yeah, we've got. Is that steel? I think that's steel already, so we can make the gears there. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, well, I think having biters on the main planet is good. It makes it, otherwise, I say it sort of trivializes some of the challenges in the game. That's my feelings about it anyway. And it's it's my server, so that's what we're stuck with. No, I'm not quite that much of a despot, but well, maybe I am.
Hello.
At the core processing where I ping, could you make some circuitry that the oil always gets
Okay,
some
Arvo, thanks for watching.
some coal?
See you next week. Yeah, scrubbing the pollution at the source, I think, is a good sensible way of getting rid of the worst of it, and then then the rest of it isn't going to be so much of an issue. And even if the biters do end up cleaning up the rest of it, and c'est la vie, it's not going to be too bad. I need some cliff explosives. Got this far without having too much of an issue with it, but where are they? Here they are. Let's just take one stack because I'm running out of space in my inventory. Yeah, I'm sure we'll fix the squiggle in the bus at some point. Now we've dealt with the cliffs, but you know, maybe we'll just leave it there until somebody gets really, really upset about it and goes over and deals with it.
I did a bit.
It'll be there forever.
Probably. And I think in my space exploration run, I think there was a squiggle in the bus that just lasted forever because I never got round to fixing it. I suppose I can get this while I'm here. Oops.
Fairly sure in our Industrial Revolution 2 run there was an area in the bus which had underground belts and so on because cliffs. Someone came along with cliff explosives to clear out the cliffs, but never replaced the underground belts because they couldn't be bothered.
I mean, like that.
I wouldn't be surprised.
You exactly like what's there, Mike.
I'll look at this second on about 800.
Oh yeah, yes. That's exactly what who was it? Ro Jogan was complaining about.
I particularly like the glass.
Does chat count as somebody who can get annoyed by it? No, I don't think so, because you can't come and fix it.
Because they can't fix it.
I mean, you can complain at us until and try and convince us that we should be going in and fixing it, but you can't do anything about it yourself. I've run out of repair packs.
Squiggles in the bus are okay. Change my mind.
The squiggles in the bus not upset everyone.
Yeah, I've listened to that song thousands of times this week alone. It's only Monday.
Right, okay. 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 Right,
Like everyone sits there going, no. I did this as well. No, my child is going to be well-rounded, and they're not just going to get what they want.
My
And
child
then
will
you have
listen.
the small child. Yeah,
My
it's fine,
child will listen to Mozart.
In fairness, she does like Mozart, but it's nothing compared to Wheels on the Bus go round and round.
That's because that has wheels and buses and rounds.
Yeah, it's the way she can't talk yet, but she's got hand signals for Wheels on the Bus, so she can communicate her intent very, very precisely to us.
I mean, it seems reasonably appropriate that the wheels on the bus would have actions to go with it.
Yeah. She doesn't do the actions when the actual song's playing. She just does the actions when she wants us to play the song.
Ah.
She sits there grinning happily, occasionally clapping.
Why are these? Oh, the green circuits are in the wrong place because of the squiggle in the bus. Oh, that's kind of fair. There we go. That's not cursed at all.
I mean, all it does is add a bit of extra buffer.
The buffers on the bus.
In fact, I don't know how many of you did know this. The American version of the Wheels on the Bus song, rather than going all day long, goes all through the town.
Okay.
Which is a different number of syllables, which means they've changed the tune slightly.
Yeah, it sort of it kind of fits, but only slightly. The one that feels weirdest to me is that the Americans sing "Happy Birthday" with their different. No, sorry, the ABC song with differently, and it's not just because they can't pronounce Z, but they have they're completely different tune.
Really?
Yeah, or maybe it's just that the one I learnt when I grew up is weird and different, more so.
Possibly. I mean, in fairness, the only ABC song I learned was one in German. Just trying to remember the German alphabet. Or rather, how to pronounce the German alphabet, which I'm not going to sing now because Marc will be horrified at how bad I am at pronouncing the German alphabet. But yeah. I remember learning and going, oh, that's how that song goes.
Go there, I suppose. Is that everything this needs? No, it needs inserter parts as well. Where are inserter parts are over here.
Wasn't me.
This is also a cursed bus. Yes, Mike, I believe that's right. Down. Oh, wait, what? There, like that. Where I'm going to put the finished ones, that's the question. How about here?
Is that another train out fuel?
Shot! I suppose I should probably look into making stack filter inserters while I'm at it as well, because it's almost exactly the same recipe. That's going to be fairly easy. He says trying to squeeze it in. Hang on, wait, what? Okay. I'm going to have to move one of my boxes of shame. I can't move my box of shame because I've put too much shame in it. Can I upgrade it to a warehouse of shame?
Sure.
There we go, warehouse of shame.
Could someone bring me lots of wind turbines, please? And some inserters.
Where are you?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So that's there. That'd be a red
Red
inserter like that.
I can do that.
And a red inserter like that. There.
Yeah, I have literally no inserters.
Yeah.
And also need to get these steel wheels around from there. The steely wheels are stuck in the middle with me.
I found your warehouse of shame.
You're welcome.
I nearly ran into it.
It looks even worse when I zoom out because it's it's just massive icons of completely unrelated items on the warehouse because we've got big icons turned on those things. Oh dear. We have a German on the in chat who wants to hear the butchered version of the ABC song in German.
Are you sure? I mean, it is bad. Arbeitet FGHI in OPQ RSTU Fave X Subsunset.
Very good.
Now, you see, that's to the English tune for that song.
Yeah, as I said, that's how I learned it. I mean,
Oh no, I'm saying as opposed to being the American one. So that's the yeah, that's the maybe it's clearly it's the European tune.
it's possible, yeah.
No, I think I'm quite happy with World War Z. Oh, and of course that band ZZ Top, and the singer JZ. No, I think I'll just stick with the English pronunciation. I had a friend at my previous job who would get really wound up whenever I said JZ or ZZ Top. It was quite funny.
So of course, knowing you said it as often as you possibly could just to wind him up.
Oh yeah, whenever there's any excuse whatsoever. Okay, we now have stack inserters and stack filter inserters being made in reasonably large quantities. I've capped them both at 150, 3 stacks.
Awesome.
So yeah, we can now have stations that aren't terrible.
I will come and take 3 stacks shortly.
I don't know if JZ is actually Jesus, but you can say that if you want, Mike.
If it works.
I'm going to upgrade these to faster assembly machines and attempt to get a few more inserter parts coming through without having to actually upgrade anything properly, because this is one of those things where you go, yeah, this will be enough for a while, and then actually maybe if I upgrade all of these to blue inserters, then it will actually be all right. Because I think the problem might not be the
Mike?
assembly machines, it might be the inserters.
Here are your things.
Fantastic, thank you. Appreciate it. And yeah, I'm just going to extend this wall along. I've brought the wall bits, but not the inserter bits.
The correct pronunciation is the one that upsets the most people. Yeah, for sure.
I like it.
There's more Americans, just in general, so we can go. So and that allows me to stick with just speaking English
Yeah,
rather
we
than
need
American.
to do something about that.
What, there being too many Americans?
Yep. It sounds like someone set the configs file wrong.
Yeah, YouTube has a thing when you choose the language. You can choose English, or you can choose, I think, English brackets American, or possibly I think there's an English brackets English as well, or something like that. Oh, there was a wonderful, and sadly, I'm pretty sure it was fake screenshot, but it was of the installer for Steam, where it had Chinese and Chinese simplified, and then it had English with a Union Jack next to it, and English simplified with an American flag next to it.
Sadly, I think that was probably.
Oh, it was definitely a Photoshop, but it was funny. I think my box of shame has a science lab in it, so let's put another science lab in, because I've now got the crayons. I mean, explosives.
You killed the power to the
I
northern
did,
lab.
yes. But I
It was just the way he said, let's put another science lab in, and suddenly all the science labs I could see lost power.
That's a shot.
For science. No, it's not. It was entirely deliberate.
Okay, fair enough. We'll allow it this time.
The power pole was someone had left a power pole in the middle of where all the science labs went.
Aye.
Also, more interestingly, from the point of view of somebody having to take a shot, is that there's now a gap of 5 squares between these 2 science labs. So there isn't room to put 2 more in here, and there's too much room to put 1 more in there. So,
Oh, there was a cliff there, though.
There was, but you could have left the right amount of space so that when the cliff was destroyed, it could be done tidily.
Only a temporary extension. It wasn't actually meant to be there for any length of time.
Oh. Well, Well, as you know, there's nothing more permanent than temporary extension.
This is true.
We don't mind Americans really. We're just, I don't know. It's sort of one of those acceptable targets, isn't it? Really, and it's all meant in good fun and in jest. I promise you. Right, now I've done that, I can start. There's a damn sight more than 4 science, Mike. There's at least 10 science in there. I'm not going to count them because nobody wants to sit here watching me practice my counting.
Yeah.
And again, Mike has probably spent a significant amount of time recently doing that. Not my counting specifically, but watching people learn to count.
Yep. Can confirm. Well, it's sort of. I mean, the 1-year-old's ability to count is a little bit limited. If I say, have you got more than one thing, it's yes or no. They should do that. Singular versus plurality mostly.
That's a good start.
Have you got food in both hands?
Have you got food in both hands? Don't have food in either hand, or you're making a mess.
I have genuinely watched her pick up food with one hand, pick up food with the other hand, look at her plate, look distressed because she hasn't got a third hand to pick food up, then just mush her face into the plate.
It's sort of
It's just there going, yep, I approve.
It's kind of the opposite of cats, where they'll sort of eat a hole down in the middle of the food in the food bowl, and then go, why is my bowl empty? I can see the bottom of it.
Yeah.
At least so I've heard. I've never had cats. So. Acceptable target is right up there with acceptable casualties.
It's a fair point. There are a lot of people who do very heavily rely on Americans. Or America.
Yeah, a significant number of my subscribers are American.
Yeah, Laurence is one of those ones who relies on Americans. Thank you, Candy Mike. And congratulations to you.
I think he's saying fellow Mike, not fellow diaper filler. But I could be wrong.
How about the fourth? Both bikes with 1-year-olds.
Oh right. Oh no, I missed the previous message. Well, congratulations. Are you sure you're not the same person?
I'm the same person as Pete, so I'm.
Oh, it
I'm
might be a
already
bit awkward
spoken
if you were too
in
many
that
different
regard.
people, wouldn't it? Yeah.
I'm basically everybody at once. That's me.
So it seems. I think there's a fat joke here somewhere.
So once we have the air purifiers, we can turn up, or Mike cleared the upper part of the base, we can turn on coal field.
Yarr.
Hooray!
I've nearly finished. This was one heck of a bite the base to clear.
That one. Right, now I've done that. I can put this here. Actually, no, I can just run this straight across. I might have extended the bus to the north slightly. Sorry. I probably shouldn't have done that. What else do you need? You need blank tech cards. Well, they're just over there. Is that close enough? Can you get them from here? Actually, you probably could. Let's do some horrible spaghetti. Everybody likes some horrible spaghetti.
Then everyone will like how coal is got onto the bus.
I shall have a look in a moment.
Just track it back from the bus
Okay.
to
Coal.
the station.
Here is coal. This looks fine to me. This is a nice row of coal going all the way along the bus here. This looks lovely. Some of it being taken off there to be used for some sort of important industry. There's a kink in it there. That's not good. That's because somebody put steel beams in there in the way, and it had to shift downwards. Okay, so I mean that's not ideal, but I've seen worse. Then it comes up here and goes onto this part of the bus. Then it goes down here for some reason, round the like and subscribe thing. through the middle of the smelting area, where it meets this, where it's brought off this splitter here to go in that way. And it comes up here, round this way. Okay, this is going quite a long way away from the station, so I wasn't really expecting it to go over here. But it comes up here past the processed fuel area, then up here. Okay, so I see. So it's going as a loop round the top of the coal mine. Interestingly, I see we're prioritising what I assume is the one that's coming from the station rather than the one that's coming from the mine. So we're not working on trying to empty the mine as quickly as possible. We're using the station
No,
as a
we're not.
priority.
We're not prioritizing either of them.
Oh no, sorry, no, it's an output priority. Sorry, I misread the thing. So around here, well, we are there, but that's different. All the way around here, up here, and into the station. That is quite a long snaking belt that starts here, goes all the way around over here, and then down here, round here, through the middle of here, and then finally gets onto the bus. So, I mean, I understand why it does that, because this is where the coal came from before. So in order to have the coal coming in, you put the coal coming in from before where in the same place as where the coal was coming from before, and that's the way to get over there. But it's still kind of
There is
horrible
a
and
second
hateful.
output from the station, which I intend to go basically straight onto the bus.
Right. Now, I'm presumably fairly soon we will, or at least at some point in the not too distant future, we'll be retiring this processed fuel production area and having a little town of processed fuel.
Yeah, I assume
how
so.
still you see it lie. And then we can at least cut out this loop that comes all the way around here and have it sort of feed processed fuel in from a station to come around here to the power station, or maybe we'll move that power station away from there because that's sort of a silly place to have it really. And we might as well have central power somewhere. And then we can have it fed down here, and actually all the smelting will all be removed well. So actually everything here that's using coal, will go away, and so then we could just have it dropping straight down onto the bus, which would be much neater. That's the point I was getting at, Robert. Yeah, the in America, the ABC song is the same melody as Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. In Europe, it's not.
In my mind, I'm working through that now, trying to work out how that would sound.
There's a weird bit around LMNOP, which I believe just all gets sort of blurred together in a rush.
A B C D. No.
Yes, so far.
A B C D E F G H I J K L M N O P.
That's the one.
Oof, yowza. Yeah. I can see why that'd be confusing.
Yeah, definitely up above the world so high, like a tea tray in the sky. You are apparently the only one who sings Bright and Night, I'm afraid. Well, I say that as if I've just answered for myself, and I'm apparently the only person in the world. Maybe other people do sing it differently to me. But...
I would have struggled to remember what the actual lyric is.
Is it because I sang about tea tray?
No, I would probably wouldn't. I would have struggled to think of it anyway.
Well, it's in chat, so that'll help a little bit.
Yeah.
Does
any excuse for an Alice in Wonderland reference?
Does anyone have a blueprint that they'd like me to use for this, or shall I just do it myself? It's fine.
What is this?
This bit of wall up here.
All right.
Oh, I haven't done anything with walls.
You've done a huge amount of it to now be asking.
Back to science.
Well, I just put the wall in. I haven't put like the wind turbines.
No, I have
really?
a blueprint for that. Here.
Why did I set this up like this? I knew I needed a belt in here, but I forgot halfway through what I actually needed it for. No, that's for taking the science away. So we need that one there. But we also need to load it from that machine there. And we need power in the middle of here, I guess. Okay, so here we need steel, biomatter, and coke. Okay, so let's bring coke in here along with steel. No, let's bring steel in here and then bring coke in here, and then we'll bring the biomatter in separately, because we don't have biomatter on the bus because you hope not to need too much of it. And for now, the plan is to make I think the plan for now is to use the biomatter that Mike is harvesting, sometimes with a bit of help from Marc. And then in the future, we'll start making it from oil because that's a renewable resource, whereas biters require a bit of actual, sorry, an automatable resource, whereas biters require a bit of actual hand-holding and picking up.
Rather annoyingly, I haven't brought what we call landfill.
I have some.
Ooh, if I could
103?
encourage you to.
I'm at the bus. I can bring you more.
Thank you. If you could, that'd be much appreciated.
Yeah, sure.
Just to sort of extend this out a little bit further.
I am planning on
Some
heading up there with
steel.
some
Coke.
greenhouses. If you want me to take it, Mark.
And
Yeah.
let's check. Let me check. I'm going to check the recipe for Coke because otherwise I will get it wrong.
Just, I mean,
Wood and coal in a
the
furnace.
chest is here.
Yeah.
Tell you
Not
what,
too
just
bad,
if you're
actually.
happy to sort of just extend that wall a little bit into the sea, just to provide that extra layer of cover.
Yeah,
then
you need
that'd
to make
be-
sure the biters can't
Yep.
walk around the end of it.
That's how it's done.
Yeah, because the moment they can technically walk right the end of it on the shallow water. So if you're happy to do that, then I'll just keep clearing nests.
Yep. I'll grab some walls then.
Thank you. I can leave
Do I need
you
anything
a few
else?
hundred walls.
Okay.
Nah. Yardy yardy.
Let's move that a little bit further across, so that I can, fit the output belt in there.
We are gonna need copper drop off for the bus quite soon.
Ooh.
Okay. That can be the other station there.
Can I just program it?
It needs a whole bunch of
Coke habit.
splitters and belts building up.
Yeah, I'll continue that.
And obviously those should be stack ones, but that's fine.
But Laurence is so
Everything needs
slow.
upgrading.
Yeah, I have made. Yes, I've made. There should be. It should be 150 stack inserters and 150 filter stack inserters. Where's coal? There's coal.
I can't wait for bots.
Oh, Mike has produced
Research them.
the secret second verse of what do you call of Twinkle Twinkle Little Star.
It's one of those songs like the national anthem, isn't it? Where no one really knows what the second verse is, but then they sort of just
Mumble through it.
mumble through it and then really go for it, with absolute gusto, as it sort of does the refrain.
Yes. What was it? There's an Eddie Izzard bit on that. It was sort of as long as you've got sort of big eyes, you look confident, big gestures, it'll be fine.
Yep, I think Terry Pratchett says something similar as well.
I think so.
Oh, we're up to medium splitters being produced.
Uh-oh. We are also up to military... Well, we are very, very close to military science being produced, so I just need to go and find a big box of creep.
Oh, the biters hurt. The biters hurt, the biters hurt, the biters hurt, the biters hurt. I mean, it's another massive nest, so
Can I say we're not that sort of channel, Mike? I mean, I'd be lying, but I could claim it.
The question is, how quickly do you want Laurence to A, be demonetized, and B, be banned? And so here are 500 wildly inappropriate Prince Andrew jokes I prepared earlier.
The stack inserters are with the other inserters, or?
No, they're down the... Oh, yes, sorry, they're all the left-hand end of the bus. I piped the red circuits back up there so that I could just keep them all in the same place rather than doing a massive rebuild.
Mark, you promised me walls.
Do you have some creep you want to get rid of while you're down here, Mark?
I put it in the box.
Okay, cool.
Right,
I'll
there
take
you
it out of the box.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Just thought I'd ask before I just went in and nicked all of the stuff that's there nominally for making medikits, but never mind. Right, box of creep. Oh, I've only got 2. I need red inserters in here as well. Plump, plump, plump. And calls it biomatter. I suppose I should probably do the same. My Shift C doesn't seem to be being quite as effective as I'm used to it being. I'm not getting rid of as much stuff as I would expect to. Like,
is it because there's 4 of us walking up and down doing the same thing?
no, because these
No, you
machines
can-
didn't have any biomatter in them, and for some reason it didn't take it out of my inventory to put it in there. So
Oh,
I'm not quite sure what's
strange.
going on there.
Yeah, either you put it in the auto trash to put it in the trash and then it distributes it, or there is a setting where you can define which items you think is trash.
Oh, okay.
So it's
Oh, right.
even
So it's only the
distribution
things
setting.
in the auto trash things
Yeah.
across the top, perhaps.
That's the easiest. Yeah.
Okay, I shall have to play with that and see if it's see if that seems to be right. Because you could be right. Okay, let's add stone bricks in here and see if they disappear, and that'll prove it one way or the other. Oh, and that would yeah, that makes. Come on, server, finish saving the map. There we go. I don't want any stone bricks, say, and that.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realise you
I
were
don't know.
placing more.
Sorry?
I don't know.
There is a ghost turret up on the end near the end of the wall.
Oh, right, here we go. Even just yeah,
Where's
good.
it? Oh, I see.
Limit.
Yeah, take that.
Just
Okay, there's no rush.
personal logistics slots. There we go. That's how. Ammo limit, use fuel limit. I mean, I just want to distribute. Sometimes I just want to get rid of everything because if it's in my inventory, no, that doesn't seem to work any better. Oop,
What turret was destroyed? What by?
meh. Okay, so I can go in there and fiddle all that stuff if I want to.
It was on your defense
go.
line, the
It's got to be better,
small
right?
southern one.
Yeah, I'd try and work out what actually killed it. In the
Wow,
end.
right over here. Nice.
Although they are starting to take damage now. Just the biters are tough enough to be able to do that.
No, I don't know. Actually, I'm not sure I agree, Worry. Sometimes it's quite. When I do that, I usually just want to get rid of all of the nonsense that has built up in my inventory. So I'm quite happy to dump stuff into machine outputs as well because I don't really want any of it. It's good to just get rid of as much nonsense out of my inventory as possible, like these inserter parts. Science card, medikit. Okay, medikits are useful. I've got a shotgun for some reason. I think it might be time to revisit my warehouse of shame.
I'm out with medkits.
Oh, these science
You have
packs. can kick-
medkits?
No,
Yeah.
weren't you listening?
First aid kits.
Inserter parts. Where's my inserter? Here's my inserter factory. Let's go in there. It depends whether you actually want to be carrying a load of iron around with you. Now, I mean, on the one hand, it's sort of useful because it's something you can turn into actual useful things when you realise you need to pocket craft something. But on the other hand, if you carry around, I suppose actually on the flip side, I don't want to be putting all of the buildings I'm carrying around with me into the machines. There it is. Take the machines out of my inventory, please. Right.
So I'm at the point where I need to go back for a resupply.
How's our copper keeping up at the moment? I know.
Not very
Yeah,
good.
not well. Okay.
That's a lot of them.
Yep. That's what I mean about it being. Some of those turrets. Did one get destroyed?
Not
Yep.
quite, I don't think.
Yeah. Top
Yeah,
one was
top
destroyed.
one I think is top one looks like the second from
Top
the top.
one was destroyed.
Yeah.
Yes.
I do not have
Probably
repair.
cost
Oh,
us
I have
4 or 5.
one repair pack.
That is
That's
quite a
what I got.
significant
40
nest
of
you're
them.
fighting now. How much of an area are you planning to clear out over there? Yes.
Yes.
Well, we're going to put a wall there, yeah.
Oh, okay. Ideally at some
And
point.
hopefully this just goes around like that.
Optimist. Okay, I mean, yes, that is basically the smallest area we can sensibly clear off around choke points without having to do without having enormously long walls. But it's also a lot of biters to be fighting. But sure, go ahead.
Yeah, it needs doing. Better to do it now before the evolution factor gets too high.
Auto trash kind of requires bots, and we don't have bots, so that's going to be tricky. Oh yeah, I was going to get some more.
I need to go
Biomass.
back and do a
Yep.
resupply. If I leave you some stuff,
The turrets probably need to move forwards, and if you don't have, if
well,
you're needing a
they'll
okay.
survive here. Is kind of the point. Whilst I go back and get more kit. Is there
Okay.
anything that I can dump? That's
Are you
mean?
bringing a large quantity of
creep? Yes.
creep back? Okay, cool. I'll put in a bigger box for this to go into then. In that case, what have I got?
I say a large quantity. It's only a few thousand.
Didn't think this plan all the way, cunning plan all the way through. Let's put
Did,
this up.
oh, you left some repair packs. Good.
Yep. I left everything that I thought would be useful for any kind of sort of base defense.
Oh, I wonder if I should put my sleeping friend down. See if he's any good.
It's worth trying.
It feels cruel.
Want to make him fight his friends?
Yeah, well, he's probably going to die fairly quickly.
That too. What?
There are rather a lot of them.
Why is my inventory full? Why have I still got these? I thought I just got rid of them. Right. Okay. So there is in this storehouse here.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Not vast amounts, but it'll bump slightly.
Yeah, I put in a little bit that I nicked from the medical supply area. But having a bit more would be definitely. Oh, I've run out of underground belts.
Oh, never mind. I was going to say stand still. I'll give you some, but
This machine is already full. So this is where it's useful to be able to put things into the output side of a machine like that. Where are the belts? Still further. So, oh, here they are. Underground belts. Take 2 stacks of them. I've still got a decent number of those. I've still got more than 50 splitters, so I'll leave those for now. And then trundle back up the base again. Oh, I'm looking forward to getting jetpacks because this is still a bit slow.
Oh,
Oh, true. Yeah, having it automatically put stuff in the auto trash slots would be quite useful because then at least it wouldn't be taking up my my inventory. Where was I? Okay, it's down here.
I'm afraid I lost a turret.
That's clumsy.
jealous of you. Have you looked down the back of the sofa?
Where is science? I don't want to just carry on building this belt and go way beyond it. There it is. No, it isn't. That isn't it. It's further than this though, because we've still got these things flowing that way. Ah, tree. Not even a proper tree, it's a fallen over tree.
Health packs, ammunition.
Right, so this
what else
needs
I
to go
need?
into
Walls.
there.
Turrets. Let's get some more of those.
I only lost one, but yeah.
Yeah. There's 3 or 4 have died, but fundamentally I need to put more down. Just generically.
There. Now is that actually getting fed through? That's the next question. Yes, there we go. There's a big pile of military science coming through. Right, we have trees and cliffs. I think are the true enemies. Yes, especially at this stage of the game. Well, no, a bit earlier than this when we didn't have cliff explosives. Cliffs were the true enemy. Okay, we are now making military science, albeit slowly. So I need to go in and speed it up a bit, which is fine. I can do that. Would you like us to do anything in particular, like better ammunition or anything?
I put the inserter on the red rifle ammunition.
Just weapon damage in general would be nice. A nice research to improve.
Okay.
Bullet damage.
Because
that just magically.
Marc has queued up a few things for research, but how bothered are you about those, Marc?
Not at all. I just didn't want to idle it.
Military 3 is available. There doesn't seem to be a direct bullet damage. We've got rocketry.
I didn't actually look because I was busy.
Are you interested in rockets?
I'm more interested in the other kind of rocket, but
Yeah, combat
Yeah.
rocketry specifically. I mean,
There is a direct here shooting speed, and it's behind defender capsules.
Oh,
Shooting speed might be quite useful, especially that if memory serves, that impacts turrets.
okay. Get those done.
yeah, it
there you
impacts
go.
ammo, I think. So
Yeah, excellent. Ooh,
Military
hang
3 will get us the armor-piercing anti-materiel rifle magazine as well.
on. Oop, wrong button.
So we can get that's probably a good one to get, because then we can start making the
Yeah.
better. There we go, like that. And we can then get physical projectile damage 4 and weapon shooting speed 4 as well. So let's just go crazy with the military stuff. And I shall speed up the production rate of the military science packs, because I put it in kind of slowly because I didn't know how much we're going to need.
Ooh.
How fast are these? Okay, these are producing much quicker. I shouldn't have done this as a one-to-one, but it was a nice, tidy, easy way of building the whole thing up, and it's now too late to change it.
I appreciate you holding all the aggro.
You will.
I fixed copper.
Hurrah!
I'm just testing out the red what's called? Red ammunitions.
Right.
Armor piercing.
Is it extremely satisfying?
It is.
That's
It's
the
a
wrong way
bit.
around, all of them.
It's gone back to how things were in the
Top.
earlier days, where the yellow ammunition was enough to basically one-shot the stuff.
Ah, nice.
Yeah, there's a
Led them
finite,
straight to me.
there's a finite amount I can do about it. Yeah, well, let's spat in the other direction.
Oh, we might want to let that wave
Yeah, that's
approach.
a big bad wave.
Who's afraid of the big bad wave? The big bad wave. The big bad wave.
Me, I am. It's scary.
Cutting it close, Tristan.
Just a little.
Brains. Are you guys? No, you guys aren't working. What have I? Oh, so we're just waiting for these to produce.
Oh, that's bad. Oh, I didn't bring more repair packs.
Yeah, just waiting for those to run. And this is a slow. Oh, this is a slow process, but it produces 5 at a time. Okay, fair enough. Right, so eventually these will finish. I am going to sit here watching them to make sure they do all start working, because otherwise, you know what I'm like. I'll go, yeah, I'm sure that'll be fine. I'll wander off, and then none of it will actually kick in and start working properly. So a little bit more waiting required here, I think. But how's our proportionality of all of these sorts of things going? So we've got the red ones being produced at. Oh, I can't look at them because I haven't got a navigation satellite. Can we have a navigation satellite, please?
Yes, please.
Oh, we aren't making red circuits fast enough. I mean, that's not a surprise, really.
Well, what
Oh,
I'm
it's 'cause
doing
we're
is
not
you haven't
making
got
greens
this
fast
far
enough.
enough.
It's because copper. Need more copper. You said you'd fix that though, Mark, right?
Yeah, we
Okay, cool.
2 full lines of copper is input currently.
Right, these are all running. Good. Cool. It just okay. That's pretty. I fully believe you. It just clearly hasn't made its way down to this end of the bus yet.
Well, the first belt basically gets consumed by all the stuff we produce, up to your point, so you'll have to split from the right one.
That's true. Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll see how it goes. Might have to upgrade, put some red circuits in here at some point. Exactly, Awari. We just need to launch a rocket. How hard can it be? Do you? I thought you needed one navsat to get the nav view, and then the second one to get the interplanetary view, or something like that. I don't remember. But yeah, if we can launch one satellite, then that's fairly easy. We can launch a second satellite.
Yeah, it says 1 for NavSat and 2 for Universe Explorer.
There we go. That's
I like that byte base there. That's the kind of byte base I'm happy to keep alive.
Yeah.
It's
It's a
interestingly,
zoo.
it's a spitter spawner, but it has biters around it.
Yep.
Huh.
Yes, it's spawn biters.
Oh yes, 68% chance.
Oh yes.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Okay, Mike. Well, thanks for joining the stream. I'm glad you enjoyed it, and yeah, we will
Mike.
definitely will carry on having fun. Yeah, that's a healthier looking supply of copper coming in now. Let's tell that to actually out priority on the left, and same with this one. Even then, we've still only got half a belt going in up here. That might be enough, though. This is why green circuit production normally gets moved off my bus relatively early on.
Oh, I think
And
I've
then
got 2 waves massing
red
to
circuit
attack me.
production as well.
Quick race. Can I click the biters? Yes, I can. I forgot to pick up more repair
keeping
packs.
up,
That's
good.
what I forgot to do.
This is... Right, are we producing a backlog of all of the sciences? Yeah, so blue, yes, we have plenty of blue, we have plenty of green, plenty of brown. We don't have enough
Incoming.
red, or we don't have a... Yeah, the red is being used up faster than it's being made, which is interesting, so I'm going to need to put some more on there. Grey, it's hard to tell at this point. We haven't got enough of it to have found out if we've got enough of it. Actually, yes, we have, because it's the buffer. This is getting longer. So yeah, and then some of it has reached the end. Okay, so we've got enough of everything except red. That's not bad actually. Let's go and work on that. At the moment, Wari, we're oh, I've run out of harpoons. We're fixed players for this particular run. However, I have plans to do some sort of more general sort of public games for anyone who's interested in it. So they'll all be advertised on the Discord server and probably talked about in here as well, on stream as well. So, but if you want to make sure you can be involved with that, then make sure you're subscribed to the Discord server. And yeah, I have some plans. It will be probably a little while until they start to come to fruition, but there are some plans anyway.
Laurence, are you doing the air scrubbers somewhere?
The what? Sorry.
The air scrubbers, air
No,
purifiers?
no, not yet.
Do you mind if I make them?
Not at all.
I mind if no one makes them.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I've added a decent chunk. Yeah, I think that'll probably be enough to get the red science caught up.
We can now produce rocks.
Produce rocks.
Yeah.
Produce.
With coal and stone.
That's
That
what
makes
you
sense.
mining them up. So yeah.
Yeah.
So what is this? Just a defensive thing, so we can wall biters in, and then I know
No
they'll
idea.
chew through them, but next time
How
we're
long
going to
till we can make cliffs?
Yeah, that's to say next week telling them we can make those, and I'll be very very sad. Although again,
Well,
would
these
make
times making explosives, that would make it very very easy to defend the whole base. That wouldn't.
it would,
Hmm.
yeah. It's why there's no water placing system in the game, because it would make it far too easy to build a moat just around to protect absolutely everything.
Do we have multi-cylinder engines on the bus?
Yes.
Perfect.
Well, the obvious solution to the player being able to place water is for the biters'
To be able to
corpses to
swim.
fill it in again.
Oh right. Corpses? So you're having them commit or
So they run into it
right?
and
Okay.
die with
So-
a really really high movement cost in the algorithm. So it's not something they just do by default or by accident. But once they've done that a bit, the water starts to fill up.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. I mean, the alternative is to have swimming biters.
Yeah, you'd have to make it an incredibly expensive thing to swim, because otherwise you end up with
Yeah.
absolute chaos. There's no such thing as a choke point anymore.
Huari
Mike,
points
do you
out
have
that
any
flamethrowers
spare
work over rocks. You could drop a load of
packs?
rocks down in front of you and then use a flamethrower to take out the biters while they're busy chewing on the rocks.
Sorry, down spell what? Sorry.
med packs or healing things in general?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Right, to-do list. Let's have a look. Blue tech cards, done. Grey tech cards, done. Stack inserters, done. Right. Wow. That's most of our to-do list has just disappeared. Yeah, flying biters would just be terrifying. You'd have to have anti-aircraft guns on sort of on the edges of your walls to shoot them down as they came past above. It'd be a bit like actually. It'd be like the enemy fighters you get in what do you call it? Last Starship. They're a bit like sort of almost like flying biters, and they're almost insect-like in the way they buzz around over the top, and yeah, not a fan.
Sensing a bit of as I say, it feels like a stretch, if I'm honest. They're like fighters. They form a figure of eight. Cat.
Yeah, but the point is they fly over they sort of the way they fly over the top of your spaceship feels a little bit like I imagine the flying biters would feel. But yeah, you're right. They're sort of aircraft fighters. Yes, okay.
Yeah, the game has no concept of collision, basically.
Yeah, but then it sort of makes sense because they would if you were in space, they would be able to just fly slightly higher, higher in inverted commas. You know what I mean?
I know. Although interestingly, in reality, I suspect that space fighting wouldn't include any fighters at all.
No,
because the physics of it is just far too complicated. You're not going to get any of the usual things that you use fighters for in an atmosphere. You're much more like to have very very quick, mad dashes past another fleet or whatever, either showering them with bits of shrapnel to cut holes in the ship and deplete the air supply, or it'll be lots of guided missiles.
I think most of the harder sci-fi I've seen has suggested it's just going to be unguided missiles, or basically bullets fired at very, very, very high speeds by incredibly powerful railguns. So when you've got a projectile approaching you at a significant fraction of the speed of light, it's going to do a lot of damage if it manages to hit. But then any sort of space combat is going to be over absolutely phenomenal ranges as well.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So if you're a small ship, then you want to stay at range. But if you're a large ship, you want to close.
Yeah, actually, there's another thing I saw, which is an interesting observation, was that any sort of a space battleship or a space combat ship would have the engines and the weapons on the same end. Because either you're attacking somebody, in which case you want to be approaching them sort of more or less as fast as possible, but then slowing down as you approach to get as much shooting time while you're in range as possible, or you're trying to get away, in which case you're going to be, again, blasting the engines towards them as hard as you can in order to get away from them. So actually, your traditional, I don't know, X-Wing, where the engines point backwards and the guns point forwards, isn't particularly, I mean, I was going to say realistic, which is obviously nonsense to Star Wars, but you wouldn't have that. You'd have the guns and the weaponry pointed in the same direction. And I think there was somebody who was talking
you were leaving
about
that one, Mike.
a TV series. I want to say it was The Expanse, but I honestly have no actual. I'm honestly not sure. Where that was about the only one that did this properly.
The Expanse is credited with doing it very, very well. Yeah, I can think of sort of corner cases where you're best maneuver to get away as you flying perpendicular to the enemy ship and so on.
Yeah, there are possibly edge cases, but the sort of the way you'd set your craft up, that is the most sensible way of doing it, just for general purpose.
Yeah, generically, it's going to be an orbital encounter. So yeah, go on.
I'm just seeing what chat is saying about that. Missiles might dominate in space, but they wouldn't be a self-propelled missile, especially one that was trying to maneuver itself, wouldn't be as fast as something fired at sort of by a railgun at like half the speed of light. Now, potentially you could fire a missile at that sort of speed out of your railgun, but then the amount of it would be able to do a little bit of course correction. So maybe that would be the best bet, sort of the balance of the two, as long as your missile could withstand the force of being accelerated up to that sort of phenomenal speed.
Because it depends on your battle damage impact that you're going for. So the advantage of a missile, obviously, is that it course corrects a bit, but you deliver a payload and then it explodes.
Your missile could be a sabot. You could have it could just be a missile that rams into the ship and weighs.
Yeah, it's pure kinetic damage. Yeah.
Kinetic damage, yes.
Yeah.
I was thinking like basically depleted uranium slug, but from a but with some guidance on the back of it. The other suggestion is lasers, of course, but then as Martian points out, and he'd know, being a Martian, that the square cube law means your beam will spread out over distance unless you get much better at collimating beams than we currently are.
Or is that the other one? Is the obvious defense against lasers is to make your surface, the outer surface of your ship as shiny as possible.
Yeah, I mean, that
Which you want to do anyway to reflect solar radiation for temperature control.
This is where I would probably have taken a belt up the other side of it, Mark. But I mean, this is fine too.
Yeah. I mean, I'm normally not doing any spaghetti, so let me enjoy that.
True. Yeah, I suppose it's your turn.
I mean, in like 3-4 streams with the bots, we'll just rip it out and do it all over again.
Maybe. We'll see. I suppose you have engines on both ends. You don't need to have engines on both ends, because you could spin the ship around relatively easily. So whatever direction you point the engines in, whenever you need to move the engines, you could just turn the ship round. Having weapons on turrets is yes, that would work quite nicely, as long as your weapons are small enough that you can put them on turrets. If your weapon is a massive railgun that runs half the length of the ship, then you can't really adjust with the direction it's pointing in. Although that said, if you've got lasers or something like that, then maybe your lasers will be able to be moved around because you've just got some sort of massive cable bringing power over from the main reactor. So that would be possible. It depends on how big the weapons are that you're trying to put on your spaceship and whether they can be made small enough to be turretable.
Yeah, and I think part of it is you've also got to think about things like recoil management. Is in atmosphere or in the sea, which is where we think about turrets because Navy. You've got the physics of sailing or driving along and so in the water to think about. Whereas in space you have that in the same way, but if you fire a shot, action reaction is equal and opposite.
That's true. Firing out the side, would give you some sideways impulse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is not automatically being arrested by the water, which is because you get that same impulse in a battleship.
Yeah.
But other than the sort of
a big
late
splash.
Second World War battleships with like was it the USS Missouri? Huge thing. It would actually move it was about 4 or 5 feet back into the water, if I remember right.
I can believe that.
In recoil.
There were some crazy big weapons put on ships at various times. Railguns do devour energy like mad, but at this point we're talking about when you've got combat capable spaceships. So I think energy is probably going to be a solved problem at this point. Maybe it won't be, but I'm thinking it's sort of the tech levels that we're talking about here are where I think the amount of energy, the amount producing enough energy to power a railgun is probably going to be okay. And if your weapon's main thing it uses is energy, you don't have as much of a worry about ammunition. So a railgun slug is going to be smaller than a missile that can go at the same speed because most of the propulsion is produced by the ship that's firing it. And a laser beam doesn't require any ammunition apart from the fuel source for whatever energy production you've got. So, yes. This is why we've put lasers on the front of our spaceships to protect them against meteors in this game. I mean, spoilers, but we do. That's true. Yeah, the railgun slugs would be potentially be dodgeable if you fire them at long enough range. Although, if you get them up to a sufficiently high fraction of the speed of light, there isn't that much. You don't get that much time of that much warning to dodge them, because by the time you've seen it, it's almost too late.
That comment on spaceships, you could have upgraded your turrets to gun turrets.
Yeah.
For your victory ship.
That did occur to me,
but
the amount of ammunition I'd have needed to take out with me seemed phenomenal because they are basically firing all of the time. Also, lasers have a slightly longer range, but yes, I suspect gun turrets would be more effective because of the sheer damage output with the uranium ammunition. But I think taking enough ammunition with me would have been a significant effort.
Yeah, if it just full to 200 wasn't enough, then
yeah. So the other thing is, is propulsion that doesn't require enormous amounts of chemical energy, doesn't require enormous amounts of stuff that you can chuck out the back. Basically, you want something that, some sort of electronic propulsion, some sort of, I was going to say some sort of ion drive, but you need an ion drive, you need to push stuff out of the back. That's how they work. So you take your krypton, you typically, I think, for ion drives, these at the moment. But
I remember.
eventually you run out of it. So what you actually need is, so Red Dwarf, again, we're obviously going fictional again at this point, but the big cone thing on the front of it was supposedly was a massive hydrogen scoop. So it would suck in the small amounts of interplanetary hydrogen that you'd find as you flew along through space, and that then it used that in nuclear reactors to power the ship, and presumably, I don't think it was ever stated specifically, but I suspect presumably it was blowing that out of the back again as well to provide propulsion. Which then actually that makes me wonder if you could make an air-breathing ion drive, and if you had I don't know, Tony Stark's arc reactor powering say a fighter aircraft, could you put an air-breathing ion drive on that would suck in air at the front and then use ion propulsion to accelerate the air molecules up to ludicrous speeds and blow them out the back of it?
I suspect it feels like the answer is no. But I'll be honest to say it's a gut feel reaction, not a scientifically.
Yeah, I don't understand how ion engines work well enough to really be able to say whether I should expect that to work or not. Because I know they always use very, very specific gases for the ones they put on spaceships, but is that because they provide slightly better performance per weight or per amount of size or something like that, or is it that you literally can't accelerate nitrogen up to high speeds with an ion drive? And also, would having the back of your ion drive full of air just mean it wouldn't work at all? That's the other question, I suppose, as well. Yeah, the air provides a lot of friction. That's why I'm saying you'll need an ion drive produces very, very little thrust. But if you had unlimited power because you've got this unobtainium arc reactor type power source, would that then be and therefore you could make a really, really powerful ion engine? Could you then fly something off atmospheric?
Yeah, I don't know if you could overcome the friction of the air.
So you think you'd be trying to accelerate these air molecules up to ludicrous speeds in the ion drive, but there'd be so much other air in the way it just wouldn't work.
That's my gut feel. I'd have to sit down and do some really, really nitty-gritty analysis to confirm. But I'm not sure that I actually know anywhere near enough to be able to do that analysis myself.
Yeah, I certainly don't. It was sort of an idle thought that occurred to me, as if you had sufficient power. Oh, Marc has put down a passive provider chest. Dun dun dun. We should start making those in an automagical way.
Yeah.
And actually, where did we get to with that bot research? Have we got bots researched now?
Yeah,
we have bots.
Yeah.
Oh, I should.
We've had bots for half the stream, Laurence. Did you not notice?
We genuinely have.
Yeah, I did. I saw the research being done. I then forgot about it and didn't notice when it actually finished. Have we got bots being made, or is that my next task?
Sounds like you've answered your question.
That's your next task.
Seems like a yes.
Yeah, I think you're basically right, Rodrigo. They're no good in atmosphere. Ion drives are no good in atmosphere because of the various reasons we're saying. I mean, I'm aware that in real life they're no good in atmosphere. It was more of if we had magical devices that could produce virtually infinite power, would that then overcome the disadvantages of an ion drive and make them actually feasible in atmosphere? And it does seem like the answer is almost certainly going to be no, which, to be honest, makes sense, but is mildly disappointing. Yes, reactionless drives are definitely sci-fi magic. I don't know whether we'll ever find a way of doing that. It does seem to break all of Newton's laws at the moment, but I mean, we've broken Newton's laws before, so we shall see. I say broken Newton's laws. We've found edge cases that don't where they don't quite apply as previously thought. The culture books by Ian Banks have an interesting system for their drives. So they essentially they found a sort of underlying ether energy grid or something that makes the universe up under that we can't detect with our current levels of technology, etc. And the ships push against that, and that they're able to do with a system that only uses power. So they don't need drives that have something that they can actual fuel that can be burned in them, or thrown out of the back of them rather. But you know, sci-fi magic. So yeah.
House, Mike.
Ion drives ionized neutral gases, ion energy of the propellants, the main factor in the energy. Yeah, so that was why I was thinking that maybe something like nitrogen would be capable of working. But then yes, the point of the having too much other air inside the engine at the same time would probably cause the problems there. So, but yeah, yes, heating the air would probably be more effective. You're not wrong.
It just came to help you, Tristan.
I need health and possibly some turrets and inventory space.
Oh yeah, and there are medium biters.
Star Wars is of course another science fiction thing where the ships move around as if they're in water. So yeah, my headcanon, if I have to come up with something to say how Star Wars ships work, is that they use something very, very similar to the Ian Banks thing that I was talking about, because otherwise it's just complete nonsense.
In the games, they slow down when you turn the engine off as well.
Exactly. Oh yeah, that's even
Yep.
more ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, Star Wars it's based around World War II naval combat, including the sort of the aircraft fighters. So it is very much just sort of yeah, based very much around how ships and how aircraft work. But it's science fantasy, so we forgive it and don't really care. I need to make some red chests before I put that down. So we now need to make robots. Now that's going to be completely different from all the things I've just pulled in here, isn't it? We're going to need to make flying robot frames and goodness knows what else. Oh, and that's going to require lube, as somebody pointed out over here. Yes, maybe we can extract magic from magnets. That's a good idea. Oh joy! I'm going to have to make big electric motors first and batteries. Electronic components I've already got, but they didn't really make it onto the bus because I stopped using them over here somewhere. Stop bringing them down. Here we go. Electronic components. I'm not making them remotely fast enough because there's not enough silicon coming through because I didn't make a very good supply of that. There's also complete nothing of what even is this?
I assumed you were paying attention.
Yeah, sure.
It was moving very slowly as well. It might not even have killed you.
Yeah,
There's a belt here with nothing on it. What has failed?
I already got my 500 damage
Oh.
achievement.
We have run out of coal. Oh no, sorry. The core mining has stopped. Why is it? Oh, one of these is full, presumably. Yes, we have too much mineral water. That's an interesting one to have got too much of.
We sell it. People drink mineral water, right?
So lithium chloride, nitric acid. Because I use rare metals as well.
Don't sell that because, well, put it this way, there's a whole bunch of different government agencies that'll get on your case over it.
Come on, nitric acid.
That one you might get away with.
Mineral water? I wasn't.
Lithium chloride. I was
lithium
going
chloride.
with. Or lithium, whatever it was.
Nitric acid. We can just vent it, but it does seem like a way. We need to make hydrogen chloride to make the lithium chloride. We don't have any particular uses for lithium chloride at the moment. We can put it in delivery cannons, capsules. We can make lithium and chlorine out of it. And there's some really advanced things we can do with it. No, I don't think we need lithium chloride at the moment. Nitric acid. Empty singularity fuel canisters. Good. Now we are going to need quite a lot of nitric acid in the future, but at the moment,
Nothing short term.
Nothing short term. No. And we could just vent the mineral water and pour. I mean, I don't feel too bad about pouring mineral water on the ground. It seems acceptable.
Oh, if we were going to make nitric acid, we need ammonia,
Uh,
which would need hydrogen and nitrogen.
Right, I think I'm going to make a flare stack,
Yeah.
which seems like the wrong thing. I mean, at least Angel Bob's has clarifiers in it for getting rid of liquids rather than gases, which you can obviously just blow into the air. But never mind. Flare stack. That's fairly cheap. Steel beams and steel plates.
I need to go back for some more health.
I have 34 first aid kits.
Guess what else needs to drop off? 2,000 creep.
Okay.
If you drop off at least some of the creep in the thing that's making the medikits, then it'll be a sustainable thing.
Yep.
That's what I
Oh,
did.
can you not vent mineral water? I thought it.
You can hit void on the tank.
That doesn't count. That's sort of cheating. I mean, I might resort to that, but it's still kind of cheating. I thought there was a void.
I mean, that kind of makes sense to me.
No, you can
just opening the button.
You can vent it. Worry. It even though it's a liquid, you can just push it out of the top of the flare stack, and it'll presumably rain down on the area just around it. Yes, I think you're confusing it with pyanodons. For some reason in this you can void liquids, you can void liquids with a flare stack. I don't mind being able to void liquids. I just feel that doing it with a flare stack is a bit weird. I need some pumps actually, because my feet are getting cold. Oh, I can make some pumps, excellent. Because then I can wire them all up and actually have some control over when things vent and stuff like that, and make sure we pump as much of the liquid down here as possible, and then just actually look. Do I have more tanks? I do. Let's put more tanks in. Not as a cop out, but so there's a lot of storage space here for excess mineral water. No, that could still go there actually. But pump in like. Power layout is unhelpful. Put pump there. Put the flare stack there, and then a pipe. Oh, undergroundy pipes. Oh, I've not got any underground pipes. Yeah, Angel Bob's has flare stacks for getting rid of gases and clarifiers for getting rid of liquids. Clarifier basically just sort of is it's like those like the big round things you see in sewage farms where that just sort of let the liquids gradually soak into the ground to get rid of them. So yeah, that works, but this one appears to just treat all fluids the same, which is a kind of silly. But never mind.
Do we have repair kits being made on the bus?
Not as far as I'm aware. I did just make some manually.
Still around a couple. No worries. I will go and visit your warehouse of shame and draw out the material to make.
There might be some of the materials in there you need.
There are quite a lot of materials I need in here.
For 225. If mineral water is greater than 200,000, then pumpy. I think it's only for you, Dusk. As far as I can tell, the stream is still working. Let me just check. Let me check YouTube.
Seems to be okay here.
Nope, seems to be working. I can even see a radar rotating. So no, I'm sorry. That's I don't know what. There's no point in me saying if the stream's dead. I could say it in here. I could do that, I suppose. There we go. Yeah, the oh, are these? No, these are in. No, these are. Oh, there's an extra words. There's an additional Krastorio tank we can make that we can't make yet, but we'll be able to make eventually. Oh, nice. The oh, maybe not so. Is that a duct into? Oh, no, okay. So that's a one-way. It's a one-way valve. I thought it might be an overflow valve or a under top-up valve, because those are rather useful in Angel Bob's, but never mind.
They're basically nice, easy pumps with automation.
Yeah. Okay, so
Did you
that's
finish off that?
let that gradually fill up.
Yes.
And then,
Oh, thank you.
and then bloop. Okay, so now we have the coal trickling through here again. It's still a bit of a trickle, to be honest, but Celevi. I think that actually might just be because it's only just started up again. So now, as the machines start to run a bit more constantly, it'll be a bit better. Now, the other thing I wanted to do was put in pumps for all of these well, the ones that had been. Actually, no, I don't want to do it for the pyroflux actually, because we're using that up here. The oil though probably should be. I might as well pump it away. I think. Keep it moving like that. I can't remember if I've already done that at the other end or not. So we'll do that. The water's being used up here, not taken away. So there's no point in doing that one. The mineral water I actually don't care about. Forget it. Leave it. I think I'll just leave it like that. Oh, have I already got below the warehouses? Oh, right. We do have large storage tanks. And huge storage tanks as well. That takes 200,000 and 50,000. So this one's a 3x3, you say, and this one then presumably maybe a 5x5. Okay, so there are bigger tanks that we can use. That's worth remembering for in the future. But I've got this all hooked up now, and it'll be fine as it is. But yeah, so for stations and things, we can, if we want, now you start using the obnoxiously big fluid tanks. Okay, well that's all very well, but I now need to wait quite a long time for that plastic to make it all the way down here. And I can't even remember what it was I needed it for now. Oh yes, it was the circuit parts that were being made over here, and I was going to branch them off and take them onto the bus because they seem to be used for quite a lot of things. Well, actually, while I think about it, and while I'm waiting for the plastic to turn up, let's have a look at those circuit components. Oh, electronic components. That's why they didn't show up. Okay, so what are they? What are they used for? They're used for red. Oh, they're 19 different things. Okay, that is quite a lot. That's probably going to be worth putting on the bus. So, red circuits, big portable solar panels, efficiency modules, flying robot frames. That's what I want them for here specifically. Military tech cards I've already done. Prod mods, speed modules, big portable. Ooh, blue splitters. Okay, that's definitely going to be a thing they're needed for. Advanced chemical plants. Okay, so there's quite a lot of stuff that needs these. So I think I probably nuclear locomotives. Nice. Consumes nuclear fuel. Sure.
Isn't the nuclear locomotive the one that I'm driving in the intro?
Yes.
Oh dear.
Yeah, I paid attention to the specs when we designed that.
What?
Just using it for maximum damage.
Yeah.
Basically.
Personal sniper laser defense. Ooh.
Ooh.
That sounds like fun.
Personal submachine laser defense.
Well, that does not sound like fun.
Sounds. I'm going to assume that's meant to mean rapid fire laser defense.
Yeah, it's got to be.
That might be the standard one.
Yeah,
if there isn't.
potentially. Although it's constant fire in base game now, isn't it? They're not burst lasers anymore. They're constant lasers.
Oh yeah.
Advanced solar panels, and you can trash them. Okay, so the huge fluid tank, apparently you can connect to 2 pumps straight from a wagon into the one tank, and it'll empty it very, very quickly. I mean, I can believe that. A single pump empties a wagon pretty quickly. Staying hydrated is good advice. Thank you. I shall do that. Glug, glug, glug,
Can you
glug,
go
glug.
from 2 wagons straight into the large one?
If you can do it from 1 wagon, you can probably do it from 2. Advanced solar panels are 4x4. Yep, they are. But then you tend to just go, well, I'll leave the existing solar field there and just put down a new one at that point, or at least I did.
Oh, I did a mic.
I've not died yet.
Yeah,
haven't
it's been a
died yet.
surprisingly low fatality stream so far. It's been a surprise.
Okay, one of us has got to volunteer to change that. Just saying.
Well, you are the expert.
If the cargo pad is full, the rocket won't go. So it just won't leave. You can't send a rocket to a
Automatically, at least.
Oh, it's a
You
good
can
point.
manually override it.
Okay. Even what if it's going to any rocket pad with name? And presumably, if it lands there, if it overfills, will it crash land or will it just scatter stuff around it? Or will
I
you
don't
lose
know.
stuff? I don't know.
That seemed like a bad idea, so I didn't do that.
Yeah, seems fair.
What about the science?
I also haven't tried it with one where there's multiple options, because
Yeah,
I've been wanting to send it to a specific one.
yeah, it
So
would be interesting to try it when it's in any pad with name. But yeah, as you say, who knows what would happen. Oh, apparently launch disabled, so you actually just can't do it. And yes, you're quite right. So if you
that must be a new version thing then.
Maverick, I suggest you go and watch my not now but later when the stream's finished. Go and watch my interplanetary logistics tutorial video, which talks about how to set up the wiring and the fact that, and so on, and the fact that you don't actually need it for the for rockets because of the before mentioned they don't do it.
What's next? Whoa. I'm just going to do a little scout, I think. Just to decide whether or not this is actually worth doing.
Okay, I'll go around the other way.
Thank you.
From there, that there's just space in there to put in the splitter like that. I said like that. There we go. Oh no, I'm running out of belts. Ah! This is one of the main things that bots are nice for, is just stopping me running out of belts at inconvenient moments. And all the other stuff that I build out of.
This is a nice narrow choke point.
Correct.
There's another narrow choke point here, which I think spiders can cross, but oh, maybe not actually.
No, they can't. They shouldn't be able to.
I'm doing less than 50 on each of these, so let's get another stack.
Very
Of
close.
those and of those. Right.
Question is.
Yeah, you can't overfill anything in Factorio. There's just, if you try and put the 41st stack into a railway wagon, you just can't. It just doesn't happen.
Actually.
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know how it would decide either. Maybe it's maybe it's random. Maybe it's just the last ones in the
there and there.
What was Mike's planning?
Yeah. It's a lot more clearing, but
Yeah, it's fine.
But
Has someone got a lot of landfill on them?
I have 1,000 odd.
What I'm thinking.
You want me to fill in one of these lakes?
Just across there, just get the
Yeah.
belt going over.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Excellent, thank you.
I can go and do that because I've got the
Yeah,
landfill.
can you do the landfill stuff, and I'll bring up the stuff for the wall and stuff.
Yep.
You know.
Mike, are you still near me?
No.
No, you ran past. I was going to take out
Back your way.
this nest that's just 2 nests.
Yeah.
Right. So one of these can make logi bots. One can make constructy bots. And then oh, hang on. Crap. I was going to have them output straight into a roboport. Let's have some spaghetti. We haven't had any horrible spaghetti for a few minutes. So that goes there, and they can output straight into that. And then I can have a belt go straight under here, like this, and like that. Nobody look at my shame.
Probably overkill for what it is.
1,000 landfill. It depends how you're using it. If you're trying to cover an area, it's not very much. If you're trying to make a bridge, it's a decent.
It's 1,000 long.
It's 1,000 long, yeah. Funny that. Yeah, it's not so bad. Right, now I need to make flying robot frames.
We needed a couple of hundred.
Did you make it 1 wide?
Yep.
This.
Well, we'll need the occasional blips
yeah,
for the power pole. Yeah.
Because otherwise, we won't get any construction bots until we've got an infinite number of logistics bots.
Turrets.
I am now working on making robots because it's been far too bloomin' long. we need robots. So we finally unlocked basic logistics bots, and so we've got robot ports, and I now just need to put something in them so they'll actually do something useful. So I need to make these, which are steel, which is easy, electronic components, which exist, that's okay, batteries, and big electric motors. So yeah. Batteries go on the bus as well, don't they? Generally, basically all this stuff needs to go onto the bus,
Yes.
and which is a bit silly. I should have made those first, but I got a bit excited about making robots, so I haven't. So we're going to feed the bus backwards, which is always a bad idea, but I don't care. Actually, it's not actually a bad idea, is it? It doesn't matter. Let's do that actually. Keep it. We bring in all the ingredients we need here, and there is 4 of them. So we'll then start producing batteries. I'm making sulfuric acid somewhere over here, but I don't think there's really battery ingredients over there, and I don't want to get too much stuff in the same place. Okay, so let's start making sulfuric acid. I've run out of chemical plants, typical. Great, I'm glad to hear it, Gene Joshi. I was going to say I hope you've been enjoying it, but if you've been binging it, then I think that probably that either means you have been enjoying it or you're a massive masochist. I'm going to choose to believe the former. And I'm now waiting for some snarky comment from the peanut gallery. Yeah, there's a lot of the content on my channel, so it'll keep you entertained for quite a long time. I think I looked at the amount of video I'd produced a while back, and I worked out that to watch your way through all of the videos on my channel would take something like a week of solid watching, which is absolutely terrifying when you consider that I've gone through and made all of those videos.
It is terrifying to consider having to watch a week of your videos.
And there are probably people who watched all of it.
I don't know. I think the Angel Bob series was sufficient. I mean that was very, very early days on the channel, and I think I wouldn't be surprised if there were. I'd be quite surprised if there's anyone who's watched all of my videos apart from me. But you never know.
I think I've watched all the ones since I subscribed.
Okay.
I was not aware we were required to watch your videos.
I mean,
It's
not
encouraged.
required.
And there was that Darkest Dungeon video I was talking about in the Discord earlier, that 3 people have watched in as a grand total. So that one's not seen a huge number of views.
Well, that means there can't be more than 3 people who've watched every single video you've ever made.
That's true. That's the absolute maximum. I could put a question in. I mean, I suppose we're talking about it now. So if anyone has watched all of the videos that I've ever made and is continuing to do so, then they will hear this question and they will answer it in the comments. So if you have watched all of my videos, let me know.
Well, you made that
People now
one
have
for
12
Al.
people claim they have.
You made that one for Al, so Al's presumably watched it, and he hasn't watched all your videos.
That's true.
So we're
yeah,
at a
there's only
maximum
2
of 2.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I did make it for Al, but that doesn't actually mean he has necessarily watched it.
That's true.
Hopefully he has. Otherwise...
Well, Wormwood, my bet is that Laurence's first words are going to be, "Oh, I've forgotten something."
Yeah, probably. Either that or it'll be an Eddie Izzard reference, and I'll say, "Oh, it's all sticky." Right, batteries. Why am I looking in there? Why am I looking in blue? Why did I press B to look in blueprints? I do not know. But yes, I think realizing that I've forgotten something is almost certainly going to be my first act upon reaching space. Was that? That was in a chemical plant, wasn't it? Yes, it was. What are the numbers like with
Marc
that?
might want to give that a dog leg and cross where this nest is.
One makes one.
Yeah, sure.
just because it'll be a shorter gap and it grabs us those mineral waters and that core thing.
Yeah, you can bring the belt along the coast behind them. Wave.
Hello.
Whoops, wrong suit. Yeah, that's also possible. Oh, this pylon isn't long enough. Damn it. Rage. I'll have to do.
I could see me not wearing a spacesuit for a long time, then going into space and assuming I've got one by mistake.
Yeah, you do quite like just not bothering to go anywhere, don't you?
Yeah.
Right, that's batteries.
That'll probably be my first death. Suffocation from forgetting and getting off a spaceship or something.
What are
First
lithium
death,
batteries
he
used
says.
for? Who knows? Batteries, done.
What do you want to bet
Done.
that there might be another death before that? What? And I say another death, a death before that.
Oh, I've just noticed that I'm going through the middle of a mineral water patch. Oh well, we've got more than that than we know what to do with. More of that than we know what to do with already, so I don't care that the bus is covering with mineral water. Big electric motors, that's the next thing to make. So those are small electric motors and electronic circuits and steel plates and lubricant. So I need to make lube. Always time for lubricant. How do you make lube? Heavy oil. Mark.
Yeah.
Do we have advanced oil cracking yet?
No.
Okay.
Only the... Well, Tristan didn't build me any stations to go off on.
There is an enormous moth attacking my light. And by enormous, I mean it's probably less than an inch across, including the wings, but it's big enough to make annoying noises when it batters against it. Oh, good. I'm glad I'm educational. Thank you. Yeah, what I think watching somebody who knows what they're doing play is probably a good way of learning it, and watching me play will give you hopefully at least give you a laugh. So.
You at least get to hear all the corrections.
I've just noticed that the mineral the core mining doesn't seem to be going quite as quickly as I would expect it to be, or it might just be because the whole system shouldn't be able to back up. So I think there might be the mineral water might not be being pulled out of that tank fast enough, and I do need a pump up here in order to clear this out, like this, and then like
We've
this.
had damage increase recently, haven't we?
Yes, several.
Notice that instead of taking 10 shots for me to kill a nest, it's now taking 8.
Okay. Yeah, and
Saving ammo.
that we should be able to upgrade you to the slightly better ammunition, I think. Yes, we now have the armor-piercing anti-material rifle magazine 2.
Excellent.
So that should now allow you to one-shot a nest, if I'm not, or at least I wouldn't be surprised if it allowed you to one-shot a nest.
Nest has got 750 health.
It does 125 plus 75 damage, so 200. Okay, it'll allow you to 4-shot a nest. And nearly 3 shots. So once we gain a little bit more of another damage research or 2, then it'll allow you to 3-shot them.
Fair.
Yeah, I seem to have got the most popular. Actually, I was going to say the most popular tutorial video I've done so far was the LTN basics one, but actually, I think the interplanetary logistics one is actually picking up views slightly quicker than that one is. The spaceship automation one did really well at the start, but I think it's not the most popular these days. Oh, we're running out of pyroflux. Oh no, yeah, we're getting through pyroflux faster than we're generating it.
Ooh.
So the amount of power being produced by my new power plant up here might drop in relatively soon. Oh yeah. Playing with somebody who knows what they're doing is a little bit tricky. So I did a run with my friend Al a while back, where we were doing where he was a complete newbie at Factorio at the time and I wasn't. So I essentially played as a construction bot for quite a long time. So where I'd sort of go around and once he'd solved a puzzle, I'd help him expand a build or something like that. But he was responsible for doing all of the initial designs and trying to get things working. And then a bit later on, I went off and messed around with some stuff like coming up with all kinds of silly ways to do sushi belts for science and that sort of thing. So I tried to let him do as much of the sort of the actual Factorioing as possible, whereas I just sort of try and be vaguely assist here and there, but not take away any of the fun and the excitement of going in and doing it and doing any of the builds.
Figuring out how on earth all this stuff works.
Exactly. I'm not sure he's done that yet, to be honest. But
Tristan, do you have cliff explosives left?
Yes, I have 14.
Okay, perfect.
okay, it's worse than that. It's worse than the week I was suggesting. Folobst has gone and done some. Looked at the numbers. Apparently, I have a combined video length of 28 days, 12 hours, 35 minutes, and 48 seconds. 628 videos. Crikey. So it's a month, not a week. Well, it's 4 weeks. That's quite a lot.
So that will include streams, presumably.
I guess so. Yes. What's going on here? Oh, I see. There is an oil drop-off station here and an oil pickup station here. I hope one won't be feeding the other.
No,
Nope.
nothing's picking up from the.
Yeah, I realised at one point and haven't fixed it that I forgot to put in all the pumps for these my stations.
Could you go and give that train some fuel, please? Because it should be filling up from.
It's just sat in the middle of
the
nowhere.
oil drop-off. Yeah, but it should be filling up from the station
Gravity
just
fuel.
passing now. There's a station just down and left from you that has some.
Whoa, slow down. There we go.
And Tristan, do you have 2 wind turbines?
Unlikely, but I'll look.
There's some damaged rail here.
Yeah, there's a
Bit of
meteor
meteor
near
hit,
the start
yeah.
of the stream.
Yeah. Oh, at the start of the stream. Okay.
What's to
I do
remember on this long walk back? We've got a coronal mass ejection incoming.
I think we're just going to have to tank that one.
Yeah,
Okay.
without nuclear, I don't see a way.
And there is the way is just you mass up enormous quantities of steam from
Yeah.
normal traditional processes and just try and desperately hope that it's enough. But yeah.
So the issue was there wasn't an inactivity thing. So
Okay.
because fuel empties really quickly and a train only comes when it can completely empty, it doesn't
Yeah.
hang around.
Yep, makes sense. Yeah, my first big mod pack was full on Angel Bobs, and it was a bit overwhelming. But it was manageable. I found I could just generally I sort of had to go back and sort of think things through fairly carefully. But I was able to get it up and work. But I was able to get through it all. And actually, just to make things that little bit harder, I also played it with Space Expansion, which is the mod that requires you to then do several million of each research pack at the end, just to prove that you've got your system up and running to a decent level of automation. That was interesting, but I got there eventually. At that point though, whilst I hadn't played any other major mod packs, I'd gone through and I'd done some various big builds before, things like doing some mega bases and just trying to getting up to decent numbers of rockets per minute and that sort of thing. Not the absolutely huge ones, but doing reasonably well there. So I wasn't a complete noob at Factorio at least.
My far reach has reset itself.
That happens
Or it was
occasionally
called-
when you die. If you go into the menus and just sort of increase the number by 1
Yeah.
and then drop it again by 1, then that fixes it.
Sure, remember where it is now.
So we've got a suggestion that we could try and deal with the coronal mass ejection through electric boilers and steam batteries. Yes, that is a possibility.
Where's my... I can't find it.
I did try. Actually, I did try C block before I tried Angel Bobs, and I didn't get on with it all that well. I didn't get that far through it. I don't. I don't remember why not. Actually, it was so long ago. I can't remember what caused me to give up. Why is that a burner inserter loading this train? Is it just so it doesn't use power?
Someone remind me
Yeah,
which
probably. If it's
menu
loading fuel,
It is loading fuel, but it's just doing it very, very slowly.
yeah, that's because there's a bit. He's got to fill the buffer. Once it's filled the
Yes,
buffer, it'll be fine.
granted, but
Also, we don't need more oil here yet, so it doesn't matter.
Marc is a map setting, which means I can't change it.
oh, really?
Tristan, did you
Also,
see
it's
my
my buddy
train?
to sport. That would be really embarrassing if it has, whilst I was looking where the...
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
no, it hasn't. It's just gone blind.
Hmm.
Yeah, so I'll be doing this without far reach for a bit.
I shall have to set myself as an admin, I suppose, because I ain't at the moment. Ooh, the icon for light oil, actually, and heavy oil as well, are very different. They're or at least the heavy oil one is only slightly different. It's sort of more shaded red, but the light oil is a very sort of rainbowy, glowy thing.
Yeah. What were you asking, Mark?
You stole my train.
I went and got in a train, and it immediately left.
You can remove your bus when you get bots up and running, but I absolutely hate that sort of design feel. I much prefer the I'm much more I like the feel of lots and lots of belts in Factorio, and you tend to find that bots don't have the throughput, especially over long distances. So no, I mean I'd say very much you keep your main bus in. And if you're me, you keep the main bus of virtually everything. You basically use bots for construction and supplying the player, and then very occasionally doing little bits of awkward stuff where there's something really funky on the buses that you need. So yeah, I'm very much do everything with virtually everything with belts, and unless it's really, really awkward and fiddly. I need some chemical plants. Everything I want to do requires more chemical plants.
Yep.
And that is a thing that roboports are very useful for.
Oh.
Ooh. Press Shift M to change working mode of a roboport. Interesting. So you can have roboports that are doing better at construction or better at logistics, or the normal ones are a bit at each.
Interesting.
You say your PC is overkill for Factorio. When you get a big factory, you'll find that you end up you use a lot more processing power than you expect. My PC is quite beefy, and when I got to the late game with the end of space exploration, I was down to 55 UPS most of the time. So yeah, I mean it's not absolutely top of the range, but it's pretty quick. Oh, and yes, and as Awari says, if you have in space exploration, your robots will explode if you have too many of them buzzing around in an area. So yeah, it's quite nice. It discourages you to from using excessive numbers of logistics bots and to do things a bit more interestingly. Don't make them, use them. Right. So up here, I'm going to need.
It's going on 11 o'clock, chaps. Just as a heads up.
Oh yeah, we should probably about that time, chaps.
Keep on playing for 2 hours and then worry.
That sounds fairly typical, yeah. I do like these long pipes. Long underground pipes. That was very handy. Right, you are going to be cracking light oil to petroleum gas. I do need a water input for this as well, though, but that's okay. There's water here. And oh, these are too close together. Oh no, they're not. I just put that in the wrong. Yeah, put that in the wrong place. And that in the wrong place. In fact, maybe I'll just get everything in the wrong place. Let's move those. Right, okay, so then now we can say, yes, actually this was in the right place. Then we have another pipe coming up there like that. Then we get those chemical plants and we put them here and here. And here. Oop, here.
Laurence, would
Hello.
you be upset if I put limiters on the bot insertion?
No, it's on my to-do list anyway. Just to say, as long as it basically, are you going to set it to say insert if there's less than n idle bots of that particular type?
Yeah.
Yep, that's fine. That was I say that was something I was going to do at some point, but just haven't done yet.
Roboport has construction mode and logistics mode,
I
and normal
just
mode.
said that,
Okay, I wasn't listening.
so I see.
Do we know what they are?
Yeah, basically, there's a box text thing that pops up in the bottom left when we researched them, or when I built the first one. Basically, it makes them better at logistics, as in a longer range but with no construction, longer construction range but no logistics, or the standard that we're used to. So
Okay.
having really logisticsy ones down the bus and then construction-y ones further out might be quite useful.
Yeah, makes sense.
Are my
Back a
mods
moment.
not paying attention to Twitch chat?
Hmm?
I said, are my mods not paying attention to Twitch chat?
What? I'm confused.
There we go. Somebody was paying attention.
Oh, I see. Yep.
Yeah, exactly, Josh. I feel exactly the same way you do about yes, bots are for inventory replenishment and construction. Spot on. Good man. Right, okay, that's dealing with the light oil, and now we can just turn the heavy oil into lube. Lube. That compiler's in exactly the wrong place. Let's get rid of it for a moment. Lube is just heavy oil, isn't it? Yes, it is. So pull that out there, pipe it up like this. In fact, you know what? Let's pull these in like that. And out like that. That's a good idea, Awari. Yes, have the have the word "buy" automatically alert the mods that something nefarious is probably going on. I've not looked into that sort of level of stuff on Twitch.
Yeah, 'cause it can catch messages.
Yeah,
So,
yes. So having that would be quite
auto
nice.
mod.
Yeah, the auto mod. One thing I remember of it is the only time I see it catch anything. It caught a message said, "Oh, you sure about this one?" Someone says Mike for dictator, and I was like going, "Yeah, that's going through. That's fine."
I've noticed with I think it was the YouTube one after we're having that problem with YouTube spam a few weeks back. I went over and I had a look in the settings. I discovered there's an option to increase the sensitivity of it, so it triggers, so it's a bit more aggressive about what it blocks. And it turns out all that did was put in a swear filter. So it didn't touch any of the sort of the scammy type things, or the spam, the actual spam. It just sort of blocked any messages where, or caught any messages where someone was swearing, which, I mean, okay, but it wasn't quite the effect I was going for. Oh, pipe problems. Yeah, I mean, I guess in theory I want people to be able to use words like buy if they're talking about something sensible, but yeah, it's a good thing to have auto-modded and probably not allowed. Oh, thanks, Gene Joshy. Much appreciated.
Is there a reason you don't put the robopods in a box?
Because I hadn't made the red chests yet. It was something I was going to do once I had red chests, and I haven't got them yet. So, not really.
Only one stack. Oh, yeah. filtering by that. Now we can actually do that.
Yes.
Mark, are you about to just go around upgrading everything to red chests?
Once I have
Ooh.
personal robots, I can do that. Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't seem it's going around doing that by hand seems a little unnecessary. Given, as you say, we will very soon. I say very soon. Next week, at some point, we will get those robots.
Yeah, I see there's stuff set up for it, but not finished because of lacks of various things.
Yeah, lube basically is the problem at the moment. So I'm working on that. I'm not quite sure. Does anyone want to be opinionated about how we do this? I mean, I've thought. Well, I'll put it on a train. I'll have a lube train available.
Seems reasonable.
Okay, and then we'll just bring it down and stick it on the bus.
Yeah, I guess if you're needing it on the bus, then it probably
Yeah, I
needs
need.
to be on the bus.
Yes, basically, yeah. Right, lube production is lube is lubing gradually.
From there,
Yeah.
I would just pipe it there, not via a train.
Oh, we
And
probably want it on a train as well.
Yeah, sure. But
Yeah, I
Tristan,
suppose I could. It's not that many
what do you
pipes.
think
Yeah.
about this area here for a large refinery?
That seems sensible, and I'll
Yeah, I suppose. All right. I'll
set
yeah.
up a
I'll belt it
underlined
for
rail
now.
within that.
Sorry.
So we'll
I'll
have smelting on the top and a refinery on the bottom.
You're just coming off. Are you wanting to come off that line
Yeah,
then?
yeah.
And we just cut out the bottom one at some point.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yep, it's fine by me.
Okay, yeah, I'll bring through a ludicrously long pipe with it on for now. But I'm just assuming that Marc is talking about an extra, a new sort of big refinery. So at that point, we're presumably going to
A
make the lube
train-based
up
one.
there, and so we'll need a train to drop it off onto the bus at some point. But for now, yeah, I suppose there's no harm in doing this. Yeah, the underground pipes are ludicrously long in this. It's brilliant. Let's put this pipe in because otherwise I will forget. Let's put that in the correct place. I mean, it doesn't really matter because it's just the water pipe that's going along there, so it wouldn't get in its way, but... Oh! One too short. Always the way. And it's because I behaved myself up there, otherwise it would have been long enough. Oh well.
Actually, Mark, I'm inclined to bring it off separately to that. Keep all of that isolated.
Okay.
I'm just thinking that we'll
I
potentially
put
have
here?
relatively heavy traffic of
Yeah.
trains running along the return path for that.
I mean, we could use the new space up here as well.
We could.
I mean, that's bringing the pollution.
Spreading the pollution out
Yeah.
more, rather than having a heavy pollution area.
Yeah. But on the other side, now we have the pollution filters, so we can put them on the wall and have them, supported via bots replenishing the filters.
Oh yeah, trains are absolutely great. I'd say yes, you definitely want to play a game with trains on. Now we're doing something a little bit different from what we normally do here. We're actually playing we're playing without LTN because we thought it'd be an interesting extra challenge. So all of our trains are, I mean, each one is a point-to-point train. So for example, I can't find any trains. This one we'll pick up iron from here. We'll drop off iron here and pick it up from here. So it'll shuttle back and forth between the two. But we can have multiple stations all called iron plate drop, and it'll go to whichever one needs it at the time. Normally with LTN, your trains work like basically like logistics bots, hence the name, logistics train network. and that makes things a lot easier. But it's something we've done a bajillion times, so we thought it'd be more interesting not to. What was I doing here? Oh yes, these are making sulfuric acid. Now that I've got some chemical plants, and these are making batteries. Right. I knew I was doing something around here, but I couldn't remember what it was. Yeah, the spaceship automation video is a good one. It's yes, it's not something you'll just. I think it's something that you'll remember once you've set up a few spaceships. It won't. You'll find it reasonably straightforward, and you'll remember how the details work. But yes, given that you've not used them yet, I wouldn't expect you to remember go in and watch the video once and remember all the details. That'd be far too unreasonable.
One of those, if you try and understand something that you don't have the basics in, at least, or any experience in, it just doesn't work.
Yeah, none of it goes into your head. You can watch the video a million times, but
You
you
get no
don't
context.
have a frame. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Suddenly, belts appeared. Millions of them. I have got the recipe right, haven't I? Yes, I have. Good. I'd have felt very silly if all the belts had appeared and I just put the wrong things in there. Okay, so here we have. Let's do batteries here, just because why not? There we go. And then steel, because it's easy. Where's steel? There's steel. This row. And that means this one. That. And that. I mean, I need the belt there as well, but it's not what I meant to do. There we go. Okay, that's two of the important ingredients now. Oh, well, it was two of the important ingredients, except Marc has put in a thing to swallow up a load of batteries. Batteries are an intermediate thing. They don't really get delivered by bots unless we're doing it wrong. But sure, why not? What do you need? So, that's the batteries and the steel. The electronic components are being made over here again now. Now that we've actually got a supply of plastic coming through, so I can get off stop standing on the belts. There we go. So I can bring this down here and somewhere down here. I just need to make sure I don't have too many things on the same level. So we've got. I'm going to put the battery. 1, 2, 3, 4. So there's 4 in there. I could do that. Yeah, that works nicely. Then bring that through like that. Not going either way. So in this case, it actually just goes to here. I could use a splitter there, but I don't think we're going to need... Well, until we need batteries further back up, I don't think there's any point. Well, let's put a splitter in anyway, just to indicate that that's how it works. Then we need to bring these electronic components over. And I think that can go... Okay, so this is full. So this is... Yeah, this is actually full, so I need to bring this down onto the next row. So here will do. You have to look after your bus, or you'll get very, very confused and very, very untidy, and things will just get in the way, and you'll probably end up polluting it, or at the very least, you'll end up with things where belts just all trying to be in the same place, and it just doesn't work. Tristan or Marc, do you have any underground belts I can nick?
Yes, loads.
Oh, thank you. I put down so many for this sort of bus bit here that Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you very much. Hopefully, I won't need to ask questions like that for much longer, because I'll just be able to ask the bots instead, and that's much easier. Because yeah, then I just don't run out in the first place.
Our power is getting quite low.
Is that because we've run out of pyroflux? Yes, it is. So yeah, the new power station I put in at the start of the run has essentially stopped Yes, please do watch the video a million times, Maverick. That would be do wonders for my view count on the in the game. Franz, yes, you can put down 2 chests, 2 inserters, and a machine, but it's bad for it's bad for throughput, it's bad for with bot attrition. It looks ugly. I don't like doing excessively botty stuff like that. Yeah, just no. Yeah, purifiers are in Krastorio 2. We could use bots for those. The problem is, though, we want to have... We're making the purifier capsules down here somewhere, and we're going to want to have the purifiers up here where there's a power generation thing. We're going to want them to have them over up here where there's a mine. We're going to want to have them all over the place. And having bots fly that sort of distance, unless you've got the nuclear bots from Angel Bobs, is just horrible, quite frankly. What's it? Oh yeah, big electric motors. That's why I wanted lube. I think there is a mod that removes the grass that grows on the concrete, but I couldn't tell you what it is, I'm afraid. I've heard it being... I've definitely seen or heard people complaining about it on the on Reddit, but I couldn't tell you what the one you need for what mod you need for that is. Electric motors, steel, greens, and lube. Okay. Oh, and in what quantities? What do we need most of? Okay, that's not too bad for anything, really. Especially since it's a 10-second crafting time. Yeesh. The long inserters are easily going to be able to keep up with that. But let's put motors and circuits on the near side, and then steel plates on the far side.
11:15.
Oh yeah, so someone did say something about it being getting late earlier. I kind of want to finish bots just because I haven't finished bots yet.
One more turn.
Yeah, exactly.
That's right.
But I'm very, very close actually. So I'm on like the last component of the bots, and then it's just a case of hooking everything up. So that one and that one. But yes, you're quite right. It is definitely bedtime.
Core seams are huge when you're standing by them.
What's that? Sorry.
Core seams.
Of course, seems.
I hadn't quite appreciated how huge they were.
Don't fall in.
Yeah.
I've made a huge mistake. It's fine, I recovered.
Can't have everything.
I was just gonna say I don't know where to begin. I have this vague feeling I had somebody ask in sort of almost in a slightly concerned way whether we actually like each other or not.
We're just British. Or at least some of us are.
I love the snort there. I was assuming was going to go. Of course we don't like each. Of course we don't like Mike. What are you talking about?
Yeah, who'd like Mike?
Yeah. Apparently the biters do.
Yeah.
Don't forget to put a gravestone
I
in.
don't know, it's spitting at him.
That's disgusting. Where's the loot?
That's
the
3 unique
opportunity
deaths so far this session.
3?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I have died 3 times.
It's
No,
not
to
that
be fair,
unique,
you've only
it's always
died
mine.
twice,
Oh, who's the third one?
Mark.
Yep.
Is the unicity, uniqueness of that it was Mark who died? Or is it to another
No.
different thing?
It's a different thing.
Ooh. Lots of dangers in this world.
Yeah.
Well, I trust everyone. I trust all of the appropriate gravestones have been placed.
Yes.
Good. Right, we are now making our first big electric motor. I feel I should announce these things when they happen because it's all very exciting.
First of everything being crafted.
Yeah, basically.
Do you need to take a shot?
That's
possible.
a loaded question.
I mean, given that you're asking the question in that way,
You hint the answer's kind of obvious.
If you head back up to your motor factory.
Is that the one you were looking? The mistake
Yeah.
you spotted? Okay, good. Yeah, I'd probably have realised fairly quickly. Emphasis on probably, because you never know. Spent ages going, hey, why? Just hanging around, waiting for the first robot to get made, and go, why isn't it happening? Why is nothing happening? What's going on? Oh yeah, is Mike still suffering with only short reach?
Oh no, that seems to have come back.
Okay.
That's why he died the second time.
I was thinking I'd have felt very cruel if I'd been if I'd just completely forgotten about it and left you with short reach all this time.
That's why I died. It's all your fault.
Okay, cool. You're welcome. What can I say?
Oh, I went the wrong way around this thing to get to my death.
Right.
Oh.
Oh, what's happening here? What are you supposed to be producing? Oh, it's the electric motors haven't come through yet. Duh. Right, let's put in the inserters here now, and then things can actually start happening. Right, I believe that if we just wait a moment or two, we should have some bots, and then I can just expand everything that's trying to produce all the stuff here because it's all far too slow. But I can get the bots to do it, and it'll be much easier. Oh yeah, big botnet. There are many problems with big bot networks. There's the fact that sometimes your bots will decide your bots will fall out of the sky because you've got bot attrition turned on because you're playing space exploration. There's that at some point you're bound to end up with a concave roboport network, and a bot will try and go all the way across the inner gap of it, and either if you're lucky, it'll just not be able to get there because it's too far, and it'll turn back and go back again and just stay there forever. So whatever it was supposed to be doing will never get done. Or it'll get if you're slightly less lucky, it'll get shot down by a worm or a spitter as it goes through no man's land. Another big problem. Other big problems. Yes, it takes for blooming ever for a robot to fly from one side of your base to the other. So that's just not just won't do. And also,
it's just not cricket.
It's just not cricket. They just don't look right. I don't like it. Did the meteor hit something? I wasn't paying enough attention because I was ranting about bots. I don't see any purple.
It damaged some railway.
It damaged a whole bunch of stuff, but
yeah.
it's serious.
Okay. All right.
Once we have bots and repair packs and things, yeah.
Where am I? Here I am. Have you made a? It's got 3 out of the 4. These. Maybe I should have made more than one of these machines because this is taking a very long time. I mean, my thought was, well, I'll drop one in, and then once we've got bots, I'll automate the next bajillion because then it'll be easy. Oh no, it's just a misclick. It's all right. There we go, making the engines 3 times as fast now. So, have we what's that? No, haven't made anything yet. Right, here comes the first flying robot frame. Bum 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 bum. Which way is it going to go? It's a logistics bot! Right, we have a logistics bot. One logistics bot.
I think that's victory, isn't it? That's basically game over. We've won.
Pretty much. I mean, we've done the hard stuff now. Now the bots will help us out. It'll be so much better. Exactly, Josh. Using bots for production is blatantly cheating. Apparently, their K2 has a long reach option that's almost as good as actual long reach, and doesn't bug out when you die.
Sounds like it's better.
Are you at a convenient point?
Have we made that construction bot? We've not made a construction bot yet. I mean, obviously
One more turn.
We need one more motor to arrive.
Yeah, there's 3 on their way now that are all just going to come straight in.
Here it is.
Oh.
By the way, we are now burning petroleum in the way it's intended to make power.
Wait. I approve.
Dun, dun, dun,
That's a lot of
dun.
smoke.
Yeah, well.
What do you
I
expect?
mean, it makes sense.
Oh, blimey. Yep, that's some thick black smoke coming out there. Well, that's our pollution. Have you put in an air purifier right next to it?
Not yet.
Okay.
I like the way that last
I've got
week,
some in my inventory.
was it? So week before last, we spent ages around greenhouses trying to get nice low pollution setups. So this week it's, you see that petroleum? I'm gonna burn it.
Yeah. I think if you want to have a base that uses lots and lots of bots, you need to organize your layout of your base so that you can basically have lots of individual roboports, so robo networks. And there was one I did where I got fed up with the trying to keep railway stations balanced, so I used bots to unload basically not to actually to unload trains because they can't, but to unload the boxes from where the trains were unloading, and just keep them balanced across the chests on the other side, and that it worked. There was a cloud of like 200 or no 500 bots in each station, just keeping all the stuff on the move. It was ugly as anything though. Ooh, here comes a flying robot frame. It's a construction bot. Yeah. Okay. Right. Oh, we've got two of each now. I missed the other ones going through. I wasn't paying enough attention. Right. I think now I am prepared to call the stream. So yeah. Thank you very much, everyone, for watching. And I should probably give another shout out to our sponsors, trefoil.be, who have very kindly provided us with a server to run this on, which means the ping times are much better for everyone else. It was okay for me before because I was running it on my own computer, but hopefully this will make things much better for everyone else. And also, it turns out the horrendous lag, not even lag, the horrendous slowdown problems I was having at the beginning of the stream were not their fault. They were entirely my fault for putting in a mod that takes a screenshot of the entire world every 10 minutes, and that was absolutely tanking my computer. So now we've sorted that out. Yeah, it's all working very nicely. So yeah, we've had a good stream, I'd say. I've built from about. Well, actually, technically, Marc built that bit, but I've built from we between us, we've built from about here to about here, and also there's been lots of expansion, lots of pushing back of the our mortal enemies, and
They are so very mortal when I'm dealing with them.
I'm not sure what else we've been doing, but there's definitely there's been lots of. I'm not sure what else has been being done apart from building out these the various walls, killing the biters, and the extension down here. It looks like Tristan's been playing with trains again. There's a copper station drop off here. And we've played with the oil as well. We've got some nice, lovely, thick black smoke coming out. So yeah, that's been good. Thank you very much for watching. Yeah, the idea was to have a nice time lapse that I could play through at the end or beginning or end of the catch up videos, but I don't know. It was just taking too long. It wasn't that it was taking too long to take the screenshots. It was using too much processing power when it did. So I think I had to turn it off. Yeah, I'm slightly disappointed we didn't launch a rocket because I went to space in Dyson Sphere program last week. We went to space in Minecraft on Sunday. Sorry, last week on Thursday. So it's a bit of a shame that we didn't get to go to space in this one as well. But never mind. I can't have all of my streams be perfectly synced. So yes, thank you for watching. I'll be back on Wednesday with the Dyson Sphere program stream. So there'll be lots going on there. Lots to play with titanium and trying to get the yellow science pack up and running in that one. And lots more of me being an absolute noob at Dyson Sphere program. There's going to be some some Minecraft, I suspect, on Thursday. Whether I'm involved or whether you'll have to watch it on an Al stream, I'm not quite sure yet. But it'll probably be happening. There'll be the catch-up videos coming out as normal as well. So hope to see you back here for all of that, and then back again on next Monday for some more Factorio. Thank you very much for watching, and I shall see you then.
Bye,
Bye,
guys.
chat.